25th day of July, 2023. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing and join with the town board in a brief moment of silence, as we do regularly at the beginning of our meetings, as we keep in our thoughts and prayers all the men and women of our armed services who bravely defend our freedoms at home and abroad each day. With them in mind, let's join together in silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Supervisor Schneiderman.
Present.
Councilwoman McNamara. Present. Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Scavone.
Present.
Okay. So, I guess the first item of business, I will make a motion to approve the minutes of our July 11th meeting of 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And the second order of business, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the special town board meeting of July 20th, 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So before we do the communications, I see there's a number of people here. I think there's a couple individuals who are being recognized for their accomplishments, and I'm going to turn things over to Councilwoman McNamara to recognize those individuals.
Thank you. Tonight we'd like to recognize Ella Cody and Ellie Poremba. Ella has been playing golf with her father since she was 3 years old and has been a caddy at the National Golf Links of America in Tuckahoe since she was 14. A recent graduate of Southampton High School, Ella won the Suffolk County Golf Championship as a sophomore 2 years ago and was runner-up her junior year. Ella was the first female caddy at the National Golf Links to win the Chick Evans Golf Scholarship offered by the Western Golf Association. She plans to use this scholarship at Penn State, where she will enroll in the school's esteemed golf management program. Ella has helped promote girls golf in a dramatic way on Long Island, and teammates and coaches consider that more satisfying than any actual victory. One such person, an example of people that Ella has helped, is Ellie, Ellie has inspired Ella. Yeah, thank Ryan Murphy for this time, mister. Ellie competed at the New York State Girls Golf Championships that were held June 3rd through the 5th at the Edison Club in Rexford, New York. Prior to that, she won the Best Individual Golfer title at the Suffolk County Girls Golf Championship. She is the third recent Mariner to do this. It was previously accomplished 2 years ago by Ella, and before that by Carolyn Oakley. While we are here honoring Ella and Ellie, I would be remiss if I didn't mention their coach, Edgar Heike Franklin. I'd like to thank Heike for being the kind of coach who inspires our children to be leaders like Ellie and Ella. And we do have proclamations from the town board that we'd like to give to you.
Can you guys come up? Great job, you two. Future golf stars, too.
And we won't bore you with the rest of our meeting here.
So Ella, I just want to say welcome. My son also went to Penn State for the PGM program. For people that don't realize, at the time it was 13 schools in the country and only 25 to 50 kids per school. So it's really hard. It's hard enough to get into Penn State. It's almost impossible to get into the PGM program. So congratulations, and we are.
Whitney lines.
Ella and Ellie, who are some of the people you brought with you guys today?
I have my mom, my dad,
I recognized her, right?
middle sister Riley, youngest sister Zoe, my grandparents on my mother's side,
Excellent.
And her grandfather is a Vietnam veteran, Marine.
I'm sure everybody does. And I know they're all very proud of you guys, so. Yeah. Good work.
Ellie's
All right.
family.
You're welcome to stay and get a civics education here, but you can also exit if you wish.
I had a couple things I want to go now.
Take the
Thank you,
mic.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, congratulations.
Those are the white and blue courses at Penn State. They have the two golf courses, the white and blue, is it?
All right, Madam Clerk, how about reading the communications?
Certainly.
My son was a
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation regarding notice of public comment hearing issues, conference, and hearing on the following: Iron Man Realty, Dune Road, West Hampton. New York State Department of Public Service, New York State Empire State Development, another public hearing on Friday, July 21st for an application at the Bridgehampton Child Care and Recreational Center Capital Project. Town of East Hampton, public hearing notices. Town of Southold, public hearing notices. Financial disclosure statement filings were received from the listed individuals, and emails and letters were received regarding the following: Planning Board matter of proposed firehouse state substation 319 Upper Seven Ponds Road Watermill, proposed lithium battery storage facility, rental property at 10 Bonita Road, East Quogue, Saponic Golf Club's 2022 Limited Access Plan Report, and Wildwood Lake parking regulations. Bid and request for proposals were received on July 12th for a 2021 Ford Transit passenger van for the Youth Bureau, and on July 19th for liquid propane gas for the Comptroller's office. And that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you. Before we get to public hearings, do we want to add any resolutions onto the agenda? I have several that I've been requested to add. These would take 4 votes to add them. There's 43890, which authorizes the purchases of construction equipment and dredging services with H&L Contracting LLC using Suffolk County contract. 43899 accepts and approves the Lewis Road groundwater monitoring agreement and plan prepared and approved by the planning board. 43900 accepts performance bond agreement in connection with subdivision map of Lewis Road PRD. 43901 is the 14th warrant, and 43904 authorizes the supervisor to sign an extension and amendment to the lease agreement with American Towers LLC for cell tower located at 507 Middle Line Highway. Now, some of them relate to, I guess, the public hearing.
No,
No?
no, totally separate.
They're totally,
Yeah.
all right, these are all easements.
Tangential.
You guys okay with adding these on?
Yes.
I'd like to go through them one at a time.
Okay, so on the first one, 43890, I'll make, this is co-sponsored by Councilman McNamara and Councilman Scavone. I'll make a motion, is there a second?
Second?
Second by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? So that's unanimous, and that one will be added on. 43899, co-sponsored with Councilman McNamara, accepts and approves the Lewis Road groundwater monitoring agreement and plan prepared and approved by the planning board. Do you
I'll
want
second.
information on this, or? We're just,
Well, typically, when we get these, we get a report from, I can't remember the doctor's name,
Petrovich.
Marty
Martin Petrovich.
Petrovich.
Petrovich, sorry.
Martin Petrovich. Yeah.
So I would like to be able to see that report and see this, we just saw this now, so
All right, we
my
don't-
only concern is that I'd like to be able to see the entire plan that's referred to in the resolution, which I have not seen.
You'd like to read it, right?
Yes.
I'd like to get a work session on it. I mean, just to
Ms.
15,
Scalera?
20-minute.
Let's-
I mean, I would just add for the board's edification, it's not a report, it's the plan
Right,
of what
it's-
will
I
be
understand. Right.
tested, not any report.
Nothing has
Um,
been tested, so there's no report to produce. However, there is a plan, and considering the public nature and this
That's up to you, I
particular
just wanted to let you
application.
know.
Yeah.
So, Christine, what this is, it's not accepting a groundwater monitoring report. It is just, but it does detail what types of information, where the wells would go, how many groundwater wells there would be.
It does two things. It's accepting an agreement with Mr. Petrovic, and it sets the course of what the plan will be for the testing. And Wayne can actually explain probably more if you want
Right, so the
more,
board
but that's what it
hasn't
does.
reviewed
That's
what
the
that looks like in terms of what would be required in that groundwater monitoring.
No, the planning board
We're very
did.
familiar with Dr. Petrovic's work.
Mhm.
He's involved at Sabonic, he's involved at Golfet Bridge, and he's highly respected and regarded, so, okay, but we just haven't had a chance to look at it, so, all right, so do you want to not put that one on? That doesn't have to be done today, right? So why don't we pass over that? Or do you want me to call a vote? Or you don't want to see that on today, right?
I'd like to review the plan, as we typically
See.
do.
So it doesn't, let's just.
I'd like the public to see, I mean, just. to-
Okay, it doesn't, so it doesn't have the
Yeah.
support. So
Get it out.
let's pass on that one.
There.
All right, let's move on to 43900, accepts performance bond agreement in connection with subdivision map of Lewis Road, PRD. That's pretty straightforward, right? So, is that, okay with
Yeah,
that?
that's-
Okay. All right, so I'll make a motion to add
Second.
this on.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that will be added. 43901 is our 14th warrant that we need to do so that we can pay people. So, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Bovee, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, that was unanimous, and that'll be added on. And then 43904, authorize the supervisor to sign an extension and amendment to the lease agreement with American Towers LLC for the cell tower located at 507 Middle Line Highway.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. Nobody has an issue with this, right?
Nope.
This is our emergency communications for our police department. So, seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay. So those four, not 43899, but the others will be added to our agenda. Okay, so we've completed communications, and we are up to public hearings. So I want to remind everybody, this is a hybrid meeting. So as people weigh in with their comments, we're going to do it first from the, well, there's always somebody who introduces the subject, usually on behalf of the town, and then we go to comments from the audience. We do ask you to fill out one of these cards if you wish to speak at a public hearing. It's hybrid, so then we're going to go to our computer audience. Those who are watching from remote locations are able to zoom in and share their concerns, comments, thoughts. Okay, every speaker is afforded 3 minutes to make their comments known. The clerk lets you know when you're down to your last 30 seconds. And with that, Madam Clerk, I'll ask you to read the first public hearing notice.
Public hearing number 1, to accept conservation easement in connection with the Lewis Road PRD.
Okay, and introducing this is Deputy Town Attorney Christine Scalera.
Good evening, Supervisor, members of the board. Could you also call public hearing number 2 and open them at the same time, and then we'll close them separately?
I'm okay with that. All right, so Madam Clerk, would you read the second public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 2, to accept the deeds of dedication in connection with the Lewis Road PRD.
Okay, and Ms. Scalera?
Thank you. For your consideration this evening is the acceptance of several open space parcels totaling approximately 240.52 acres in the form of conservation easements wherein a homeowners association will maintain fee ownership, and the acceptance of approximately 203.33 acres in the form of deeds of dedication for which the town will accept ownership in fee. Both open space acquisitions are in furtherance of a subdivision and site plan approval granted by the Planning Board on December 8th, 2022, in connection with the Lewis Road PRD, located south, east, and north of Spinney Road in East Quogue. As you can see from the map on the wall, The dark green represents the parcels to be dedicated to the town in fee ownership. So you see them here to the east and the north. And to the east, these parcels are within an old file map. Some know this as the Parlata piece. And to the north, these parcels are located in the core preservation area of the Pine Barrens, and to the east in a critical resource area. All parcels are in the CR 200 zoning district and the Aquifer Protection Overlay District. The actual tax map parcels are as outlined in the notice of hearing and include approximately 120 parcels. So that's all of this and all of that. The light green represents parcels located more closely within the portions of and around the development parcels. These parcels are located in the compatible growth area of the Pine Barrens, the CR 200 zoning district, and the Aquifer Protection Overlay District. In furtherance of the subdivision approval, these are being offered to the town in the form of conservation easements for which the homeowners association will retain fee ownership. The actual tax map parcels are as outlined in the notice of hearing and include approximately 57 parcels. The final application consists of a planned residential district with cluster plan, which retains approximately 73% of the assembled 607.87 acres as open space. If the board is so inclined, I would recommend closing the public hearing this evening, and there are resolutions of adoptions in the packet. Any questions? Happy to answer them.
Yeah, I think there'll be some
Anthony Chubb is
questions.
here from planning with me as well, and I know
All
the
right.
applicant is
All
here.
right,
if
so
anybody
let
has-
me see, let me start. This is not the PDD, this is the PRD.
Correct.
It's not though it's similar to what was in front of the town board years ago. But I also reviewed this as a commissioner with the New York State Pine Barrens Commission. So is this in conformance with what was approved by the Pine Barrens Commission?
Yes, it is in conformance with that
Okay.
plan.
Now, I know there's some litigation still related to the planning board, or maybe it's the zoning board. Is that all done, the litigation? If these
I-
easements are granted?
There's
is
no
there-
litigation against the planning board, as far as I know, or the zoning board, but I can
I
tell
thought there
you.
was still challenges out
Yeah,
there.
I believe there is, I believe it's the planning board determination, there's an appeal out, it still is. No?
So
Yeah.
No, there's nothing.
My question was,
No, I
if
think
the decision were reversed by a court, what happens to these dedicated lands that are with the town?
We don't have, do we have litigation, I guess, the planning board? that I'm-
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do.
I'm not aware of any
They
litigation
perfected the
against the
appeal
planning
on- on one of the-
Good evening, board members. Wayne Bruin, O'Shea, Marcinsigan Bruin, Southampton, on behalf of the applicants for the Lewis Road PRD. With respect to the specific question, there was litigation against both the planning board and the zoning board. Both were dismissed by the court, and the litigants on the zoning board did perfect their appeal, but they failed to perfect the appeal as to the planning board. They did, when the planning board, the final application came in, the planning board filed the map, gave final conditional approval. Those same litigants did challenge the planning board approval, and that was dismissed by the court. And that has not, there's a notice of appeal, but it hasn't been perfected.
But
Okay,
the
so-
zoning board decision, the zoning
So I-
board, there isn't a perfected appeal on that.
Thank you.
There is a perfected appeal, hasn't been heard by the appellate
Right.
division, and it's only on the interpretation issue.
Right.
But that's a
Both
major issue.
litigants attempted to get a stay, and the court denied that.
So I
So there
still
may
back
be an
to
issue of
my,
mootness if,
well, that's all, subject to legal, we don't know until a judge rules on it. So my question really is, and it's really not, I don't think, directed toward you, Wayne, more toward Christine. If there were a decision that reverses, what happens to these dedication, these deeds? Are they reversible under that circumstance, or?
I think they would actually not be able to be performed. They'd be like almost mooted. I mean,
'Cause
sure,
this
they could be
Ultimately
challenged.
gives us all that property.
Right, but if the map, if the underlying map is, for whatever reason, or the zoning for whatever reason, or the accessory use for whatever reason, if any of these things become untrue, then it's almost like you have a frustrated purpose. You can't even conform to what you're supposed to do, and I don't think anything would actually.
Yeah. It'd
I have
be
a
interesting.
legal
How do you-
question
How do you
before we-
rewind
Hang
the
on, can I just,
dedication?
Before we go too far, the term perfected and not
Yeah.
yet perfected,
Yeah.
would you
Sure,
enlighten
yeah, it just,
the lay
just
people?
means that when
No, I know
it's
you
two-step process, and when you appeal a decision from the courts, the lower courts, the Supreme Court dismissed the cases, both the zoning board and the planning board decisions. Then the first step you do is you actually file a notice of appeal. You have 30 days from the time when you serve with notice of entry of the decision. And then and if you do that, then you have 6 months to actually formally brief the appeal, meaning you file the record of appeal, all the requirements necessary to actually perfect the appeal. So
So
on
right now, the application is in that 6-month period between filing a notice of appeal and the 6 months to perfect an appeal?
what was it? I'm sorry, the question.
I believe the zoning board perhaps is, but not the planning
zoning board
board.
is, but the one against the planning board is not yet perfected, correct?
Well, again, I think they passed this, are they passed this?
They passed
the
on
planning
one.
board?
They were dismissed, and did they pass?
But you didn't.
I'm not sure. It's pretty close, okay, so the,
You're trying to
right.
perfect.
So
Is
the
that
zoning
the
board matter is
condition that
being
you were
briefed in
referring to?
the appellate
so I
division.
wasn't really asking the original question to
Okay.
get all the details about the litigation, only that one specific question is if this could be reversed by the
Yeah,
courts, what would happen?
My
to this
position
property?
really, I mean, I think that's the concern of the applicant, not really the town. I mean,
And
the
it-
town, they deed the property to the town, we have it, and what effect it may be, as Ms. Claire is saying, if the matter was to be reversed, because the ZBA decision is intrinsically linked to the planning board decision, obviously. So,
So
if
the
it
answer
gets
is they don't
reversed
get the-
somehow, what impact that would have on the dedications, that would be up in
So
the
it
air.
sounds
but
like it's at their own risk.
Yeah, it's
basically,
their risk,
their-
not the
their stay
town's,
was
really.
denied.
Yeah, I
That's-
think.
They're operating at a risk,
That's
not
what
the
I'm asking. The
town.
last thing,
Yeah.
Christine, is in the conservation easement area,
Mm-hmm.
where we don't own fee, but we have
All right.
some rights,
Yep.
right? So in terms of monitoring and enforcing, groundwater monitoring, but also planning board has other conditions attached to their approval in terms of being able to enforce those. In the conservation area, we'll have access to
Of course,
those
of course.
areas, okay. All right.
Whose risk and what is the risk?
Who's risk for what? What are you talking about?
What our counselor just said.
Oh, in terms of the dedication. So the risk is to the applicant, because if the dedication is still found to be, legitimate in its purpose or whatever, they're out, we have it. It's ours now. So they're
We
gonna
own,
be
we
out.
own the.
We own the property,
Yeah, we
both
own
in
the full
deed and
fee in the
conservation
green,
easement.
the dark green, and we have a conservation on the light green, so,
Would this advance any particular side of the litigation?
no.
Or
No, it wouldn't have any
perfected
impact
to
on the,
be possibly
no, it
perfected
would,
litigation?
no, the dedication, I don't believe, I'll argue some type of vested
Some
rights
sort of
argument,
vested
but,
rights issue or something like that?
Against us, that would be,
I don't, no, I think the legal, no, I
I'm
don't
not-
see how it really, it impacts the decision, the
It is-
interpretation that the zoning board made has nothing to do with the dedication of these properties.
It is fulfilling a condition of planning board approval.
correct. It's fulfilling a condition.
But you don't vest rights until you have
Substantial
Substantial
construction. and I mean,
construction.
substantial construction,
We could try to
whatever
make
that
it
may
up
be.
with that.
Yeah.
But shovel in the ground, and
Yeah.
this is more of an almost, I don't want to say it's ministerial, because you do have discretion, obviously, you're having a public hearing, but it is kind of in the nature of, in furtherance of what they've already been
Yeah,
approved, conditioned
Yeah.
upon.
Right.
these dedications can be rewound as
So
Christine
let me
mentioned.
clarify that. The easements that are being proposed here, which I have the same problem. I haven't seen what the planning board has actually agreed to in case
That-
of what our access is and all that
Okay.
sort of thing. If that, how does that work? Then we go to a public hearing. For the public to understand, we would then go to a public hearing to opine on those
No.
easements?
No, no.
First of all, the planning board has done that several times, but
Okay.
at this point, you are right now, we set a notice of public hearing for this evening for you to see exactly what these are and what is being, as a condition of the planning board has said, that they dedicate these to you, both some in fee title, which would be the dark green, the core, the old filed maps, the old Parlata piece. So you would take title to those. It's forever sterilized and done. And those that would be in here, which they're saying you're not going to take fee title to, but you're going to take it as a conservation easement so that it'll always remain untouched, undeveloped. And we, a homeowners association, will retain title to the underneath of it, but it will never change from what it is right now and what you wanted
But
planning
see, this
board.
is the same problem I'm having, is because I haven't seen this in writing. I'm hearing you, and I'm hearing this for the first time, and I have nothing to review to feel comfortable that I know the details of what you're talking about. I mean, one is, you talk about a critical resource area. I have no idea what that is.
Oh, I could explain that.
No, it's not the explanation, it's, I don't know what it is, and I don't know what's entailed in that, particularly with parts of the usage of AOPD and so forth. There's a lot of detail here that I would like to see.
You know,
which
I can
haven't.
appreciate that. It's in the compatible growth area, which is what, beyond the core, and these are all pine barrens. This is really not even our jurisdiction. I just mentioned
Understood.
it so that you guys know. This is the core preservation area, and then there are conservation easements that were granted within compatible growth area, which it also encompasses what's in the pine barrens.
So what are you calling a critical resource area? All of that?
All of these things. It's
No,
all in the
no, no,
aquifer.
it's not- That's not
That's not
correct.
correct.
Those squares up over
Just the
there.
Parlata?
A lot
I
of
thought it was
pictures.
The
part of it.
critical resource
Oh, all
area,
right, I
Chris,
apologize.
is up there.
I
It's those
apologize.
squares.
Up there, exactly.
Okay.
And that's part
So then
of
you
the-
know more than I do.
But the problem is, I'm only finding out about it now
Okay.
in detail, and I would really like to have the time to review.
That's your
review.
prerogative.
That's part of the,
certainly.
compatible growth area. There's some areas designated as critical resource areas that have even a higher level of protection than the compatible growth area. Not as high as the core preservation, which is the highest standard of protection.
And it's all under the aquifer protection overlay
Yeah.
district.
And those are definitions all within the Pine Barrens plan. They're not town definitions, so we've incorporated, Jim, a lot of that into our own code in terms of the review.
But not all of it.
But,
There are exceptions, and that's really what I wanted to look at, so.
So, I mean, we do, often the planning board does their site plans and has areas set aside as reserved areas that we have to then approve. So we've done many of these. This one
Yeah,
is fairly
I mean, it's
detailed.
generally this board's jurisdiction to accept the dedication, either whether it's a full fee dedication, open space dedication. Just like the other, and what Supervisor mentions, the subdivisions, plans, the planning board has done the work and has reviewed this. This board at this point is just deciding to accept the dedication of the properties in full fee and in the conservation easement. That's
And this
really the
acceptance
jurisdiction
of
of this board at this
dedication
time.
is the justification for this board to be the lead agency on this entire PRD application.
Well,
What?
it's
No?
not for us to redesign what the planning board has approved.
I don't know, I've
Wait,
never
I'm
seen the
sorry.
plan, I've never seen the planning board's
Well, it's a-
justification
we've
for any
delegated- We have
open space
delegated
we've
the authority
accepted.
to the planning board to do this site plan work. This is what they've come up with.
Is it
The
okay?
last step is just simply for us to either accept it, I don't know what we do if we didn't accept it. So I think it's really sort of pro forma that you accept it at the end of the day, but
Right, yeah. I mean, there's no harm if anybody wants to take a little further time beyond today to look at it. Sure, that's, we can certainly do it. So,
You
Christine,
want to
did
hear
you,
from the applicant? I think you want to clarify something.
real brief, Wayne,
Go ahead, please.
briefly, Wayne.
3 minutes.
Well, I'd like to speak anyway.
You're gonna be speaking later at the hearing, right?
Right.
Does-
Either way.
All right,
This
then
is
hold
the-
off
Well,
on
we
that.
combine
This
these.
is
So right, I know, yes, but right now, it's really for the town to present and the board to ask questions from the town, and then we're gonna go to the public. So is there any other questions for Ms. Scalera?
Yes, I'd like a confirmation. Is the town board the lead agency on the PRD application on Lewis Road?
I'm going to have to, I don't believe they are. Am I?
They are.
They are, okay, I'm sorry. You'll have to forgive me, I'm
That's for secret.
for secret, but that was a while ago.
We're not the agency for the site plan. We're the agency
Secret's
for
over.
secret.
Secret ended with the planning board a while ago. On December 8th, they issued their finding statement and they did their approval. So secret is done. There's no secret in connection with this, other than it would be a type 2 because it's part of, goes into your resolution of adoption ultimately. But there's no separate secret here, and there's no function for which you would do in response to secret designation.
Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but, okay. Let's go on. Wayne, you can do it.
Okay,
We're the lead agency, and I, found that out about a year ago.
not for the secret piece of it.
Well, you,
So I'd be
Wayne,
happy
No,
to
we
try
are.
to
We are.
provide some
Just-
clarification.
I'm still in the,
Okay.
just the town presentation. I gotta bring it.
I am done.
All right, so then, let's go to the public then. And I do have a Mr. Wayne Bruin on, the only card I have. So, sir, you have your 3 minutes.
I would ask you to indulge me to the extent I can answer some of the questions you
Sure.
were raising.
Yeah, you could do that. We won't
So
start the
anyway,
clock
again,
until-
Wayne Bruin, O'Shea, Marcinson Bruin, on behalf of the applicants. As this board knows, and you've heard, and some of the new members may not know, and I've been involved with this property since 2005, trying to have the landowners develop the property in accordance with the town regulations. That being said, the town board, in consideration of the PDD, coordinated with all agencies and assumed lead agency status, and under seeker, caused to be prepared a final environmental impact statement. That's the primary duty of the lead agency. The final environmental impact statement is then used by all agencies that are involved for their seeker review and determination that they make on their jurisdiction. So the town board prepared and adopted by a 5-0 vote, a final environmental impact statement. The town board in the past took a vote on the PDD, and their finding statement was adopted, but yet the PDD failed because it did not receive the 4th vote, even though you had 3 positive votes.
And Wayne, can I stop you there, because I'm interested in this. When did the town board what year did the town board become lead agency?
I don't have that here, but I can get you that date.
Roughly? Who was
3,
saying?
4 years ago.
2013, 14?
Okay. Go.
So after that, the applicant, of course, commenced litigation against this board, certain members of the board, and this board, which is still pending before the court, over that basically failure to approve the PDD in light of the findings that you did make under seeker, that it was a positive project. That being said, our clients went as a matter of right to the planning board and received an interpretation the building inspector did about the use of a golf course as a customary accessory use, which is typical of many projects throughout the town. And that proceeded in front of the planning board, and they granted preliminary approval and a finding statement of their own, as each involved agency is required to do. Thereafter, we went to the Pine Barrens Commission and the Health Department and the Suffolk County Department of Public Works for the sewage treatment plant. All of these agencies adopted their own finding statement under seeker. In fact, each of the agencies, more particular the supervisor will know, the project became better environmentally. Lots were shifted to protect the environment. The sewage treatment plant was moved. All of those were subsequently reviewed again by the planning board on the final stage, and the Pine Barrens Commission took a second crack at the apple with the modifications, all of which were approved and seeker findings made. The planning board had several public hearings, reviewed the final map, and adopted a final conditional approval on December 8th. As the town board routinely does for every subdivision that has an open space component, whether it be a deed of dedication or a conservation easement, and I say routinely, as the supervisor said, it's almost ministerial. You are required under the state law, 247 of the general municipal law, to hold a public hearing on the acceptance of any interest in open space. And that is the purpose of this hearing. Do you want to accept this land as open space? The dedication, the dark green areas to be deeded, fee title, or the conservation areas easements, which are typical of conservation easements. You've also, as far as the language and the enforcement and the process to do that is the same as any conservation easement that you have. Those documents, and I just want to note, the Pine Barrens Commission required a covenant for their condition of approval before we could do anything that mirrors the language, which is already encumbering this property, subject to the map being finalized. If the map was never filed, the covenant would expire. But right now, what you see in green is already protected by the Pine Barrens, contingent on this map being filed. So what is here is open space. This is almost ministerial. It's 444 acres, representing 72% of the site, which is more than your normal cluster subdivisions, where there's 65%. And this has been a part of the project, part of every cluster subdivision that you see and accept deeds and everything else. That is the typical. This is required. This was presented in the final environmental impact statement that this town board was looking at as the PDD. In fact, this project is identical to what you saw, except for the layout. And the only other one element is the fact that the club portion, we cannot have memberships open to the public at large. The only members can be those who purchase a lot or a unit in the subdivision. And that's the only difference between that which this board adopted a final environmental impact statement for and had a positive finding statement, but yet did not approve the PDD. The problem with the PDD, as we've told you, is, and you've seen in the litigation, is that the planning board doesn't have the ability to exact what are commonly called community benefits above and beyond that which is within the boundaries of the subdivision. But nonetheless, all the mitigation, community benefits being different, but all the mitigation that was in your environmental impact statement, including voluntary sewage treatment plant, which has been approved by the Suffolk County Department of Public Works and the Health Department, are all incorporated into this subdivision. As well, you mentioned earlier, the monitoring agreement, which was reviewed by Mr. Petrovic during your review. He has reviewed it 4 or 5 times during the planning board, more recently in the last 2 months, asking for minor updates and revisions constantly, as he does with Sabonic and the bridge, constantly updating what chemicals are new or what could be added or subtracted from the monitoring agreement, all of which was reviewed. The planning board did what they've done on Sabonic and the bridge. They reviewed with Mr. Petrovic that document. They got it in final form. They adopted a resolution 2 weeks ago, which was forwarded to this board, which recommended that. The agreement that's before you is just for you to be able to have our involvement in paying you to have your consultants come and do the testing and to get the test results and to monitor that. And that's the agreement that's you were discussing before. But this application is all of which this board reviewed previously and more. It became, as the Pine Barrens, as the supervisor knows, this was refined, and became more environmentally sensitive in the process, which is what seeker and the subdivision review process is always intended to do. And now we're at final conditional approval. The planning board has no further discretion. They have approved everything. This is now in front of you. You asked the question, what happens if the town board doesn't want to do this? I remember years ago as a planner when Councilwoman Patricia Newman raised the same question, not understanding the subdivision process. What if I didn't want to accept it? What would happen? Well, we would have to go back to the planning board and perhaps offer to have a conservation organization take over and have easements rather than this town board, which would be unusual because the surrounding lands, you have town land immediately adjacent. There's a whole host, as you know, this is in the critical environmental area. You have deeds of dedication for open space immediately adjacent to this. There would be, in my mind, I can't see why the town board would say no to having that same dedication. So if there's any other questions, I would urge this board to do what you've done with every other subdivision and not delay this any further and take whatever comments you have, but I would assume that you would be in a position to close the hearings tonight and accept these documents so that the planning board can move ahead and get the map signed.
So I have a brief question. So if we didn't accept the easement, we would lose our ability to access the property?
Correct.
Not necessarily.
Yes, if we had to go to a private conservation organization like the Peconic Land Trust or the Nature Conservancy or something, you don't get public access to inspect. They would have the public access to inspect to make sure the easement is enforced. They're a private
Let's say you give it to
organization.
Peconic Land Trust, if there are conditions of approval by the planning board, we just, just like we can go onto properties now to inspect.
Only during an application at the notice to the
People
landowner,
violate the code, we can get onto a property.
not without a warrant,
Well, sometimes you need a warrant.
yes.
Yeah, you'd have to, obviously, the language of the, whatever easement you would give it to the
Well,
Peconic Land
approvals
Trust
might
would.
give access.
It was just a
Yeah.
question. If we
Yeah,
don't
so
have the
sometimes
easement,
in
how
the
do we access the
approval-
property?
The
Yeah, I
approval
mean-
grants access, and
We would have access, I guess, to Spinney Road, but that would be,
I mean,
anyway.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Brewer? All right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, Wayne, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Go ahead.
You had mentioned conditional improvement by the planning board. What's the condition?
The standard, so every subdivision map, I tell clients all the time, and I was here in the town attorney's position, the planning board, when it comes to final action, has three choices. Deny it, approve it as submitted, or approve it with conditions. And 99.9% are approved with conditions. The standard conditions are map changes that the planning board or the staff suggested that the map changes. You know, move this line this way, put a note on the map, things like that. The other conditions are, which you have acceptance of the performance bond. So getting the final road and drainage plans in the town engineer's right order and submission, setting the bond amount. So these are all standard conditions. So it's usually that, submission of the necessary legal documents, the other covenants that the planning board require, the standard covenants that are all part of the map, acceptance of the legal documents that are necessary by this town board, and filing and payment of any fees, which we are about to do to the tune of $800-some thousand for review fee, which goes into the town funds for your staff review, which I'm sure more than covers, but I think our previous fees more than covered the town's review. But nonetheless, they're the standard conditions. And of course, submission of the final Mylars with the health department stamp on them, which has all been done. We've reviewed the maps inside and out. Your staff member is here. I can't say how many hours that they have attended to this, but we know because we're constantly making submissions and attending and responding to those changes. We've met with Suffolk County Department of Public Works on the sewer project. It's going to be one of the only subdivisions you have in the town that has sewers. Number two, Health Department, and making sure we dot all the i's with them as well, and the various things. So those plans all been stamped by the Health Department, ready to have the planning board's signature, but for these ministerial acts of acceptance by you of the bond, which you have on for schedule. We need the groundwater monitoring agreement accepted. We need the deed and the conservation easement. They're the only matters.
Well, you can understand my discomfort, being as this was new to us in the last 2 days, roughly, that this was coming. I had no idea of it. I'm uncomfortable because you're making a comparison between the PDD, SECRA, and what we're supposed to look at now that are comparable to what we're looking now under the PRD. And I'm not sure of that. And I just personally need some time to go through that and understand. Seems to be a lack of communication between the town board and the planning board in that respect. And it's not your issue, it's my issue that I want to know a little bit more, just so that I feel comfortable it's been quite a few years since we've been in one place and gotten to this place, and I haven't seen that. I totally understand what you're saying, totally get it. I just want to feel comfortable that I've actually seen it for myself.
Okay.
And that's just one board member.
So, Joe, do you have a question too, or no?
Well, I did. You said that this application, and this is actually, Wayne, since we're here at a public hearing, and I understand what you're saying about the dedication, but the application here, which would include the gatehouse, the clubhouse complex building, underground parking facilities, indoor fitness center, 3 swimming pools, 18-hole golf course, and the 118 units, and including workforce housing, that was all part of the PDD, the Plan Development District, and it just kind of carried through to the PRD, right? And so
I would
the secret-
submit 2 changes.
Okay,
One is that the membership of the club, as I explained before, is not the same. The other thing the planning board did that was contrary to what the town board did was you were going to accept a fee for the affordable housing. The planning board said they want it built. So we provided a parcel and we're building the 12 workforce housing units on the property in this location. And that was all considered under seeker, and that was coming from your housing director and the planning board.
right. Were all the things that I just mentioned, were they considered customary and accessory as per
Yes.
our zoning board?
Yes.
Those,
Well, it wasn't all the zoning board decisions. Some of those are customary,
a
accessory
lot of this
to a
depended on the
subdivision.
variance that you all
Yes.
received.
Mhm. It wasn't a variance, it was an interpretation.
The zoning board didn't give a variance?
No, they're charged with and asked by the building
Oh, an
inspector.
interpretation of customary and accessory.
Does the code allow
sorry.
that to be a customary
You were
accessory?
right,
And their
actually,
answer
yeah.
was yes.
Right.
Or was it an amenity? Was it considered to be an amenity to a subdivision?
Yeah, same
About
thing. Under the code, it's customary accessory use.
Use, okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember the language of recreational amenities.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions? for Mr. Reed?
Just one quick question. So this map was done in December of 2022. What was the last change that you made to the easement on that property? Was it the affordable housing?
So December 8th, 2022 was the planning board's final conditional approval of the map. This particular map was just prepared for your illustration to show what's being dedicated in 2 areas. But essentially, the layout is from the last map.
So the map hasn't really changed much?
The
over
map has
years?
not changed since what was approved by the Pine Barrens. So we got preliminary approval from the planning board, and it was subject to the Pine Barrens. And the Pine Barrens Commission asked for additional changes in mitigation, which made it, there were lots up in this area which were in steeper sloped areas, and they asked for those to be shifted down this direction. They had, the sewage treatment plant was here, and they asked for it to be here.
And
And-
all of that was in the planning board's final map,
Okay.
which is what that is.
Right, so we went to,
I just had them do it like this.
Yeah,
so that
since
they-
1 year.
It was the, I mean, when it came to the Pine Barrens Commission, it was quite a bit further north, the golf course itself.
yeah, we had units in the golf course came up to about this
I'd
location.
say at least
All that was
1,000 or more
shifted
feet.
out of the steeper
closer to the
sloped
corner.
areas.
It was closer, some of the fairways were closer to the core area. They weren't in the core area, but they were closer to it.
Yeah, the core comes to about here. And so there were, you know, because there was cleared areas up in this area, so the intent was to use the already existing cleared areas, which is what the town board reviewed. But nonetheless, from the planning board to the Pine Barrens, that all got shifted and pushed down here. After the Pine Barren approval, we went back to the planning board with a final map as per the Pine Barrens, and then also went back to the Pine Barrens to make sure both coincided.
Some of the things are very similar, but the Pine Barrens is a focus on avoiding steep slopes, using natural drainage. You know, in the final plan, there was no material leaving the site or moving onto the site in terms of, you know, excavation. They were sort of containing everything there. It had changed a lot from what was in the plan that was in front of the town board with the PDD. By the time the Pine Barrens Commission was done, significantly reduced. And to do that, some 4 pars became 3 pars, some lots got compressed, all kinds of things got shifted. But at the end of the day, they had to meet roughly 37 Pine Barren standards and guidelines that they were able to meet and get that approval.
And that's why there's no urgency here, but I personally would like the opportunity to make those comparisons for myself, because I remember the PBD. I think I'm one of the few here that was on this board. It's different. What I'm looking at there is different than what I remembered. I just want to be able to have the opportunity to review that, to feel comfortable. Unless there's an urgency here, I don't.
All right, so we still haven't heard from anyone else from the public, so we haven't made a decision in terms of keeping
Thank
the
you.
hearing open or anything like that. Is there anyone else who wanted to be heard on this? Anyone at town hall? All right, so I don't see any hands. We'll go to our computer audience, those watching from remote locations. If you wish to be heard at public hearing number 1 or public hearing number 2, you need to click the raised hand icon. What did you say, Charlie?
There's one.
You got one? So again, you need to click the raise hand icon normally found at the bottom of your screen, and we can bring you in. Not to talk on any other subject other than public hearing number 1 and 2 related to the Lewis Road PRD.
You can speak.
Liz?
I think so. Go ahead and speak. Identify
Is
yourself.
that Liz Jackson?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Is it?
Liz, can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you yet. Make sure you're unmuted.
Okay, now?
We can hear you, yeah.
Okay, it's hard because I see me and not you, but, it's very concerning, a number of things that just came out just now. One of which was simply the fact that it was asked to bring both these public hearings together into one. There's completely different conversations to be had on either subject. So now if I'm only allowed 3 minutes to speak on behalf of an entire community on both of them at once, that is very concerning.
I'll give you 6 minutes, go ahead.
I was first going to speak on the matter of the conservation easements, and those are the properties that is on the property with the open space stuff that's going to be part of the homeowners association, which has yet to be created. I have a map. Trying to figure out if I can get you to see it.
I saw it for a second. Have
Okay.
some.
Can you see it now, sir?
Yep.
This is one of the newer plats that was provided to the Pine Barrens Commission in January. And you can see, I helped color because it is very hard to pay attention when we're trying to figure out what's being said. The green is the areas of open space that are greater than 100 square feet in width. There's additional red that's actually all the parts of the proposed conservation easement and open space areas that are less than 100 square feet, which 100 feet is a basic buffer width. So in this case, these are a lot of areas that are going to have potential to be compromised. I'm also curious as protocol in the code, it described that the conservation board was supposed to be reviewing and providing document to the town board prior to any conservation easements being accepted. And I haven't found anything that suggested the conservation board has spoken on any of this. Also, the fact that the language is very complex, and I have no idea what an approval tonight would mean as far as the language. In this case, you have areas that are described as open space, areas that are described as conservation easements, areas that are described as easement areas. All of that is supposed to be encompassed in this total that's been described. I don't know what it means. What are you approving? I also don't understand, as was brought to light today, what kind of enforcement or non-enforcement, what kind of rules. Is this a conservation easement? A bigger question that's never been touched. Traditionally, conservation easements are provided to a person in order to then also reduce tax fees. If you have a property and you put a large conservation easement on it and it's approved by the board, that means that your taxes get reduced. Is this a way that's going to reduce taxes, or are all of these properties under conservation easement going to be taxed the same as if they were or were not conservation easement areas? The conservation board, if they had been referred to and then brought back to you, may have made comments to the extent that if you're looking to provide the approval of conservation easements on behalf of the town people in the town of Southampton, the benefits provided here as an easement, especially if it was going to be a tax benefit, are not anything specific that are going to provide anything for the town people. Since this is going to be so exclusive, they're even threatening you might not even be able to find the problems when they exist if you don't have access without a warrant. That's a bit extreme, but still, none of this preservation is currently above and beyond what is required of them to have all of the luxuries they're asking for. And at the same time, no one in the town that you represent, we vote for you, we are the locals, and we are the taxpayers, and on all the other accounts, none of us are gonna see any of this. Because they've made it very clear that security is gonna shut us off from getting anywhere near the property. So that too seems a bit confusing as far as why you'd be able to grant this conservation easement in all these areas. It is giving you the right to make this decision. That's why you have the right, because maybe the planning board has one view of it and you have a different view. So the fact that all of these locations are within minuscule amounts, some of the properties have conservation easements written on them that are less than 10 square feet in area. Those are going to be individual property owners that are going to have that easement on their property. These properties are going to be homeowners association. All of those details I've never seen written down and seem to be a very major issue, and every other time these projects come up, we keep talking about it, passing the buck, saying yes with conditions, and then the problem is the conditions come and go and everybody forgets and then everything gets confused again. So I guess that was my main point on
30
the
seconds.
first issue. So then the second issue, that is a much bigger issue. And the fact that ministerially, or whatever that term was used so many times, also I find concerning because it's showing that they're trying to downplay the importance of this step in the process. You can find it on the same set of maps that are on file with the Central Pine Barrens Commission.
6 minutes.
The first time in history of seeing these maps was the first time I saw the newly configured Carlotto property. And this is the first time that we saw suddenly all of the road abandonments and where they were placed and how they came to light.
Liz, you're gonna have to wrap
I've never
up.
seen documentation showing where any of the road abandonments have been formalized or approved. I've never seen any rhyme or reason. It's always just been that we have them. Again, if you can see, this is one example. The road abandonments add between 26 acres of free land to the applicant that they are now offering to the town. They have suddenly shown where, if you can see it, I hope, Dunham Boulevard was a 50-foot unopened town road. They suddenly came to us now with this newly revised survey, and it shows that only 15 feet of Dunham Boulevard remains as a road. They've taken the rest of the 35 feet and included it in Lot J so they can dedicate it back to the town as part of their agreement with the open space. There's other spots where they've completely removed the entire Dunham Boulevard. Up here you can see this is where the lot The roadway
Liz,
was
you
at
gotta-
40.
Liz, you
it
have-
was 50.
Paper roads.
You're at 8 minutes now, so I really need you to wrap up, Liz.
She represents a community group.
I know
let's
more
let her
about
finish.
this than most of the people that spoke before me, and I've spent countless hours getting
Yeah,
the
let's
details
not-
so that you can be informed. No one has presented this. No one showed you where they got any of this information. This is just one of 3. These are the maps that you're going to provide as your reasoning for, if I could show you the other ones. 26 acres that they didn't purchase, they've never paid taxes on. And now they're granting to you as part of this agreement. I know it's confusing, but this is what happens when we don't all get to have the technology. There's other lots that are also included in the open space. This is the dedication part, which is, includes a 25-foot right-of-way that all of the lots currently used on this area are using. It's very well developed. It's part of your open space currently in this proposal. They also have areas that were previously, there's an area that was part of the application, then they sold it, so it's no longer part of the application. However, in order to access it by Telecom Holdings, they created a private 14-foot wide easement to access from the 25-foot right-of-way. That's an active live project that's happening. That's now going to be on your property, on my property, on our dedicated open space for us to deal with.
9
They also
minutes.
have the dedication of the park for Suffolk County Water Authority. Suffolk County Water Authority, at one point, I told them they were going to need a 50-foot wide utility access easement in order to access the site. That was on a map once, and now it's disappeared from the maps. That's going to be part of our open space that you're getting, and you're
Which
giving
group
them
is she
this
speaking of?
reduction of whatever. As they dedicate it to you,
Either the
that means
Civic or
all
the
of this
CAC.
property is now
Not
off
the
the tax
CAC.
rolls as well.
Not the CAC.
Liz, are you speaking on behalf of a group or as an individual?
Definitely on behalf of more than a few individuals in East Quogue
Can you just,
who,
who are they? Because you're already at 10 minutes now, and it's on a 3-minute, I gave you 6 because you wanted to speak at both public hearings. But, you know,
I could be done, but I feel as though as well, I just listened to a good 20 minutes of banter that wasn't even on the topic. So I appreciate the extra moment that you gave me, and hopefully we listen and realize that it is very important to keep this open and not just close it down, because there's a lot of unresolved issues that they're trying to sweep under the rug, and they'll become your problems as soon as you just customarily approve this. It doesn't have to be that way. It shouldn't be that way. That's not how things work.
all right, thank you, Liz.
Thank you, Liz.
All right, is there anyone else online who wishes to be heard at public hearing number 1 or public hearing number 2? Click the raise hand.
Can I ask Anthony to just address a little bit of that, since he is
Carl, you said you
reviewed
had
all
one
these
more?
maps?
No.
No,
No one else.
Oh, no one else, okay.
since you've reviewed these maps and you've heard what's,
So road abandonments were always part of the application. There's nothing new about this. When Joe Gaza, for example, does it all the time when he dedicates and does development rights. He has a piece of property, you abandon that property, it goes into the lot area, and then he dedicates it, and he gets his development right, by the way, for that. So the planning board reviewed and approved a road abandonment map that was always part of the application and always part of the open space plan. But by the way, up here, this would have to be a map that would have to be opened by the planning board for anybody who does have lots in there to build in there. And most of them don't even meet the minimum standards. That being said, any out parcel that Discovery does not own that are on these maps still have legal road frontage, by the way. So nobody's road frontage was compromised, but there's also nothing nefarious about the road abandonments and then it being dedicated to the town. That's standard across any
So
old file
basically,
map.
if there's a paper road that's never gonna be open, it's abandoned to the center line typically, but if
Event-
this same property owner owns both sides of the road, they get the entire road bit.
That's right, and even though it was a road, and even though no taxes may have been paid on it, your development rights certificate, for example, will be higher with the increased lot area. So none of this
So
is.
if it wasn't going into a conservation easement, it would become private property and subject to taxation once the road was abandoned.
Of course, but, all conservation easements and open space come off the tax rolls. That's very, that's.
And then the other question is, on the question of the conservation easement being used to avoid paying taxes, that was done to condense the density to one area of the
Well,
parcel,
a couple of
correct?
reasons. Number one, where planning board's doing a cluster plan, so you cluster the development and get, The other side of it is we're looking at open space and we're looking at it in totality, the macro level of the project. So some of it's going to be in the form of a full-blown dedication. Some of it's going to be in the form of conservation easements, which also happens a lot of time. When we do agricultural, a lot of times those agricultural parcels, if they're not sold, development rights also get retained by private owners, so they could still use it, but there's an agricultural easement that's attached to it. There's the same concept here. It will still be privately owned for homeowners with a conservation easement. That conservation easement will be the same type of conservation easement, and it is, that we would put on any type of preservation that preserves it in its entirety.
Right, I want to make sure the board understands that the conservation easement, depending on how it's written, likely prevents cutting down trees, it likely prevents regrading, all kinds of things, whatever, they're not all identical, but in general, it's to be kept in its natural state. There might be some limited ability to prune and things like that, but in general, you can't touch them, right?
That's 100% accurate.
But the comment was, rather than having these giant sprawling 5-acre lots, it was all condensed, so the tax revenue, technically, the density is still there, it's just condensed into one area so that we don't have that area.
That's right.
Well, these are
There's no
private-
impact.
This is not.
There's no tax
one-off-
impact on it.
At the end of the day, there's lots of tax maps here. Each one of those lots is a separate tax map, and they will be assessed based on their full valuation.
Right.
And as for the
And then
Suffolk
there's
County, I'm
also,
sorry.
there'll be another tax lot that is everything else, which will include the clubhouse, the swimming pools, the golf course, and that will be taxed.
It's a clustered subdivision, so there's the fact that part of the property's been set aside as a conservation reserve has no impact on the overall assessed value of the entire property.
Right.
The entire property, as Councilperson McNamara was pointing out, was clustered down, so there's no impact, there's no negative impact or lowered impact on the assessed value of the entire property. So there's consequently no impact on the taxes that the town will receive on the entire property.
And incidentally, the water authority piece, that, that might have changed over time, as they go into negotiations with the water authority. But it's shown here that that's the piece that is supposed to be for the Suffolk County Water Authority.
So it's not counted as open space, it's just
No.
reserved for the water authority.
Are there trails that go across these parcels?
No.
No. I believe adjacent, there might be some trails here, and then, of course, there's a Spinney Road, but no trails go through this property. We did make
The part we
sure,
own, that we certainly can put trails
Yes.
on that, or the new part that we're getting.
and there will be a connection between this subdivision to the trails over here, because we did have discussions with trails.
The deeded area, we can put trails on it.
Mhm. We had a conversation with the Trails Advisory Committee on this.
Yeah, absolutely, on the deeded, 100%.
And what is the fate of, I'll call it Upper Spinney Road? Not Spinney, Spinney Road.
I don't know if I think the fate is that it exists as you see it on the map, and it remains unchanged as a result of.
Yeah. The road right away is not counted as open space, right? It's on Spinney Road.
It's not part of the
So if we
conservation.
wanted, we could do something like they have at Shinnecock and pave a road through there?
Well, we
No
don't.
plans.
Yeah. I'm actually have a title report because I'm not, it's an unopened portion of a road. I don't even know who owns that portion,
It's
Council.
not, that part's not abandoned.
I mean, you can go to the Pine Barrens Commission, tell me to put a road into the core, I mean.
Good luck with
Well,
that.
maybe one day it'll be a road, who knows?
Maybe.
You're right, that's why I'm asking.
Not my-
You know,
not my
40 years
word,
from
but-
now, I don't know, I'll
Some of
be
that's
gone, but.
AOPD.
And just one other thing, if I may add, is, the other side of it is, you get this, there's a big cluster up here, obviously, a big cluster up here. A very large portion of the conservation easement sits on this side of the property, so there's not as much open area, open space, as is being insinuated that's going into the development area. And the other side of it is, combined, we're looking at 73% of those trees are gonna stay on that property as a result of this plan with the open space, so.
Can I
You know,
get
where we're
bias from the
65,
audience?
65 is the minimum, that we normally get. Is 65 is the requirement, so.
All right, any other
So the
questions?
areas between the greens, between the fairways,
We can't hear it, sir.
If who's ever talking, could you please
the
allow the
areas
board
between the
to
fairways and the
conduct this
buildings,
business?
that's considered.
on this one subject?
Who said that?
I did.
You said that? You're in the middle of a public hearing, sir, and they're ordered.
limitations, and now we've been
I'm staff for the town.
This is staff.
I'm staff, I'm trying to answer the question.
Trying to get through
The,
this
the
as
open areas in there
expeditiously
are
as
part of
possible.
the open space the
Calculation.
73% calculation that we were referring to, includes the green areas that you're looking at.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? All right, Mr. Bruin, last comment, and then back to the board.
So I just want to outline, you know, you may be asking, why did we want to keep this in conservation? So if you're familiar with the property, it has been tremendously impacted by recreational users with dirt bikes and the like, dumping and so on. And for years, our client has asked the town to enforce their regulations. We have been out there 24/7 chasing dirt bikers and the like. So the reason we want to do that is to continue to keep control over this, so we don't have to call the town to enforce it. It's private property, we can exclude those groups, dumpers, because Spinney Road is still an unopened, unimproved town road. And they have allegedly the right to access that, and that's what they've been using, and that's what they've been dumping, and that's what they've been using to run over the environment. So that's one of the reasons why our client chose to keep this in the homeowners association,
Wait,
so
I
they had
wanna-
some control over it.
Thank you.
The other thing that was mentioned by the speaker was conservation easement and the conservation board. That's if you're applying for a conservation easement for tax abatement, that involves that process of going to the conservation board. It does not involve this, which is a planning board function, but nonetheless, the conservation board weighed in throughout the process, provided recommendations throughout the entire process, and this is a product of their input. So
All right, thank you, Wayne.
they were the two comments.
Please be seated. All right, to the board here, I know, John, you mentioned that you wanted more time to review this. Is there is a resolution to approve in the packet?
Yes, just because ordinarily we just close and approve, but,
Um,
so there are resolutions on, but
Do you want to close the hearing and just not pass the resolution tonight? Do you want to leave the written record open? Do you have a preference?
I don't have a preference, I just need a little time to make these comparisons. There's been a lot talked about, and I want to verify what's been said that's actually written down.
So
Close the
why don't
hearing.
we then
Well,
close?
you know,
the-
this was, Jay, if I may, this was announced on Thursday, it's Tuesday. I mean, I don't know if the public really had the opportunity to kind of digest this and come and say their piece. I mean,
I'm
and
sorry,
I
what was
understand
it-
what
what was
you're saying,
announced?
Wayne, as far as what our decision is.
I'm sorry.
We
what
had
was-
one speaker.
No, I know, but
This
the
has
the
been
public
noticed for
hearing
2
has been
weeks.
noticed in
Oh,
the
right.
proper form for 2 weeks, yes.
So why don't we,
This was not shortly.
why don't we close the hearing, leave the
Written
written
record
record
open for 2
open
weeks.
for 2 weeks? And
Fair
we'll
enough,
have to
right.
table the resolution that's in the packet, and John, that gives you 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Well, I
hear
mean,
from
to
Mr.
Councilman
Coon.
Scifoli's point, you know, I've gotten a bunch of emails from people that were caught off guard, and they're concerned. And a lot of them couldn't make it for whatever reason. I don't, you know, I want to give everyone the opportunity to speak to the board about this. If there's an urgency, I understand that. If there's not, I have no problem holding a second public hearing at our next town board meeting in order to give those people, we have an opportunity now, people are listening, they could come and express their opinions and give people a little bit of time to digest what they've heard tonight and be able to speak to us.
So your preference would be to just adjourn it to another day?
Yes, because I don't see there's an urgency here, but I do hear from constituents that they want to know what's going on. And
Well, they could do it.
This was a good start,
If
I
we leave
think.
the written record open too, but Charlie, you said you had another hand?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's bring that person on.
As much as I love public hearings.
Well, I barely had any public hearings related to this PRD.
Oh, yeah.
This property, I should say.
We had it to the best here.
Yeah,
It was me again, I
a
just.
lot of long nights.
The
It's Liz again.
Civic Association
Oh, wait a
only
sec.
found out about this recently too.
Liz, is that you again? I'm not allowing second go-rounds here. I'm sorry, Charlie. Liz had her opportunity to speak. So, board, again, you want to not close the verbal, the
I'd like to see one more public hearing to allow those residents who were,
Yes.
I'm sorry?
With the moratorium. It'll be, unless we set it for another night.
Well, there's no urgency here, right?
I would do
do
close
the
the
written
hearing and
record
leave the
for 2
written
weeks.
record open. If somebody wants to write it other than,
They're saying there's an urgency. I have no, I don't know what the
Is there
urgency
time
I don't-
constraint here?
I can't speak to
I
that.
don't think so.
Not that I
It's
know
not really
of.
a concern of the town.
No, but
If I may, I started my speaking in 2005, we started this process.
Well, that's a lot of time. Boy.
This is, in our position, is that this is ministerial. The question is, do you want 43 acres of open space?
I understand what's in front of us. I just want to give the public the opportunity to speak that may not understand what's going on. And me in particular, because there's a certain shift here, whether it's good or bad, I'm not going to opine on that, but there's been a shift in what I looked at before and what I'm looking at now, and I haven't seen anything in front of me. I'd like to have something to read and study. It's good to have public hearings and hear these things, but I want to know what the actual written conditions are as part of this. I don't disagree with it in principle, but I'd really just like to see what is in front of me and not just hear it from various people. That's me. If the board doesn't agree with it.
I'd like to just leave the written record open for 2 weeks, because I feel like that gives people the opportunity to get information and weigh in.
They could weigh in also a public portion at the next meeting.
They could.
If they feel that they have to, though it's not part of the hearing record, but it'll be prior to us voting if there's something substantive.
If it gives you any comfort, I would submit that the public has had opportunity to weigh in throughout the planning board
Well, I know
process.
that way.
And this approval, and this map, it was always submitted, this would be conservation easement, this would be open space. That would be open space in that configuration. The public saw that. They had an opportunity to speak and say whatever their comments were to the planning board, including Ms. Jackson. And Ms. Jackson was also one of the litigants, and the case was dismissed. Her arguments were dismissed. So I would submit, there is the public has spoken. I think it's very evident that everybody sees that this is a ministerial act on the part of the town board to accept open space that has been approved and recommended by the planning board as a condition of approval of the subdivision. So to that extent, I would say submit that. On the other hand, if you're going to keep it open for written comments, that's your choice.
See, I don't see the difference between leaving it open for written comments or leaving the public hearing open and we put it on for next meeting to vote. It's the same time frame.
If there's no difference, then just leave it open for written comments, because you're gonna drag everybody here that they could submit in writing. It's really, John feels like he
Well, they
has
could
it-
submit it in writing.
They
I'm
can,
fine with
that's
2
fine.
weeks written.
2 weeks written, that's what I'm thinking too. Am I not
You
understanding?
know, we're
you?
looking at the water quality monitoring agreement as well, and that's, you know, we're
That's a
holding up
separate
on that.
resolution.
I
That's
understand
not
that.
the hearing.
What I'm
That's-
saying is, you know, we still have some things to do.
And that did just come up.
I know John wants to carefully study the map. So,
I mean, if you ask if I care, my house is on that map, so.
Scared me.
My house is literally on that map.
in 2 weeks is also the hearing on the moratorium.
Moratorium.
I mean, if somebody wants to weigh in on this, they can do it over the next 2 weeks in writing. I don't see why that's an issue.
Well, it has no impact. If there's something, I mean,
Less.
this has
I
been
agree
going
with
on for a
everything.
long time, and now I'm suddenly faced with trying to parse the differences between one application and another to be sure that I'm serving the public, that I am looking at what I'm being told and absolutely feel comfortable with
No,
that.
and it's important that you feel comfortable, and that's why we're not gonna vote on it tonight. We're gonna leave the record open, whether we leave it, adjourn it, or leave it open only for written comments, I think it's a significant difference in terms of the next meeting. I'd rather people get their comments in writing, they had an opportunity, this was publicly noticed.
There's notice for 2
But-
weeks.
Well, it was, and I'll just make this comment that was in front of the planning board, not in front of the town board. This is really the first
Well, we're not changing.
But this
the
was
law.
noticed for 2 weeks.
It was noticed, but I haven't seen anything in front of me that.
No, I'm not saying for you, I'm saying for the public.
For the
This-
public,
this was
understood.
noticed.
Understood.
Everyone had
But
the
our job
opportunity
is
to
to
come in.
accept it as, accept the open space. That's what we're not.
That's what's at the
We're not being
root.
asked to redesign the open space, just to accept the open space. I mean, normally these are pro forma. We do these all the time. We never have left the record open for one to review what the
Or
planning
had 2
board
public hearings
determined.
on it.
We close the public hearing, we usually vote the same day. I'm saying, let's not vote today. Let's close the hearing, but leave the written record open for 2 weeks. Not vote on it today, that gives you time. If we have to reopen the hearing, I suppose we could, if there's something substantive, but,
And as you said, you have public portions, you know.
Yeah, there's public
I'm-
portions.
And you're gonna look at this harder than anybody else will, so.
yes, there'll be a public.
It depends on how much it weighs, you know, what I get, because, you know, when we went through this originally, it was literally hundreds of pounds of documents. I couldn't even tell you the pages.
I'm sure Anthony can
And
help you with
and
that.
Anthony, you understand that process that we went through, and it doesn't leave a clear impression. So it takes time to parse that out so that someone feels comfortable with what they're being asked to vote on. And that's all I am saying. So I need to feel comfortable to vote, because I'm sitting here hearing things, I have nothing in front of me.
All right, so there's a motion to close the public hearing, leave the written record open for 2 weeks.
Second?
And a seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, abstentions?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Oh, we just.
Okay, well, that's all, we gotta do
The
these,
public hearing one.
I gotta do these twice, so
Yes.
that's, Madam Clerk, that was public hearing one.
Yes.
Now I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, close public hearing number 2, but leave the written record open for 2 weeks.
Same second?
Same second, all in favor?
Aye.
No.
Any opposed? Okay. Just making sure.
Thank you.
Careful.
John, you were a yes on the first,
I'm a yes.
you're a yes on this one too?
That was unanimous. Okay, Sunny, you want to read the third public hearing notice?
Certainly. Public hearing number 3, to consider amending Chapter 164-6.4 hazardous accumulations to enhance enforcement ability and create an additional charge for residentially zoned properties.
All right, thank you, Sunday, and Mark McBrethren, Assistant Town Attorney, will introduce this.
Oh, poor Mark, you want to share or something? I feel,
I think I'm okay.
Yeah.
Should we open
Yeah.
4 as well?
Yes, I was going to ask if
they-
the board would consider combining 3 and 4, since they're both
All right,
related.
They
Sunday,
are
would you
companion
read the-
legislation, so I'd like to make a motion to open
You want to, Sunday, would you read the fourth public hearing notice?
fourth as well.
Public hearing number 4, to consider amending Chapter 164-6.5 penalties to increase penalty for 164-6.4 hazardous accumulations.
All right, again, Mark McBrethren, Assistant Town Attorney.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the public, Supervisor Schneiderman, and members of the board. This public hearing involves a proposed amendment to Chapter 164-6.4 and 6.5 of the Town Code, which would create an additional charge for residentially zoned properties known as the dangerous accumulation of hazardous materials. And I believe the board should consider that this is a necessary amendment given the potential danger to life, safety, and general welfare created by the storage of the hazardous storage of accumulations, the hazardous accumulations of materials. This code amendment, proposed code amendment, would create a new unclassified misdemeanor that would be punishable by between a $1,000 fine and a $3,000 fine, or up to 15 days in jail. This particular amendment does not apply to commercial storage, just residential storage, and there are some exceptions carved out in the proposed amendment, one of which would be an amount ordinarily used for cleaning or maintenance of a hazardous material would not be considered a violation of the statute. Also, oil tanks, propane tanks, or other fuel storage structures that were validly permitted also fall under the exceptions. And I would ask the board to consider passing this proposed amendment because of the enormous benefits to the health and safety of the citizens of Southampton that could result.
When you say enhance enforcement ability, can you give me a little sense of what that means? How is it enhanced?
Well, it would enhance it because I believe now there's only a code section that governs the commercial storage of hazardous materials. This would expand that into the residential zone. So, for example, if someone has a pool house and they have 200 5-gallon containers of chlorine, or if someone has a quarter ton of fertilizer on their property, if those materials were to catch fire, in the case of the fertilizer, could be a large explosion. In the case of the chlorine, could be a widespreading fire, and also the spread of potentially deadly chlorine gas. So that's what enhances the enforcement, the fact that it's been expanded, this proposed amendment, if it's passed, into the residential zone.
All right, thank you, Mark. Tommy John, did you want to do a
Yeah,
resolution?
sure, and this also parses out various containers on residential property and increases the fine. It takes it from a violation to essentially a misdemeanor, which is a crime. You probably have seen the placard diamonds on commercial buildings. This is to indicate certain things to firefighters. You know, the red is flammability, the blue is health, yellow is reactivity to fire and water. And so when our first responders see this on the side of the building, they have a better idea of what they're dealing with. Residential structures have no requirement for this, so they shouldn't have that amount of accumulated hazardous materials on their property. So, you know, this is designed to articulate hazardous materials and hazardous storage. That was taken pretty much from the state definitions of those things, and increases the penalties for having large amounts of hazardous materials on their property.
All right,
So
thank you, Councilman, Councilwoman.
I just had one question, that's on the actual dangerous accumulation definition, where it says that dangerous accumulation shall be determined as such by authorized staff from the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Management. So, being that this is...
Could you identify which resolution?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on public hearing
First.
number 3.
Okay.
In the residential zone properties. Being that this is now a misdemeanor criminal offense, if I go to Costco and chlorine's on sale and I buy 4 buckets of chlorine, who decides when that's hazardous? I mean...
Well, the way the statute is written, as you stated, it would be authorized staff from the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Management, but I don't believe that you would fall under, in this hypothetical, somebody who would be violating the statute with 4 buckets of chlorine. It would have to be a dangerous accumulation, which, although it's not quantified numerically in the statute, does say it would be an amount beyond an amount ordinarily used for the cleaning or maintenance of the property. So it would be an excess quantity, a largely excessive quantity.
So for personal use, essentially.
Personal use would not fall under this proposed amendment and would not be criminal in nature.
Any other questions?
Yeah, how do we set the initial fine? Because $150 to $1,000 seems like just the cost of doing business.
That's the judge.
That's the judges set that?
Yeah.
'Cause that's-
Right. Yeah, you're speaking about this proposed amendment fine, this would be between 1,000 and 3,000.
For
And
additional offenses, right? The
Up
first-
to, yeah, right.
What about first
And-
offense?
The first offense would be an unclassified misdemeanor between 1,000, this is going to public hearing number 4, by the way, for anyone who's reading along at home. It would be the violation, proposed violation, the violation of the proposed amendment 164-6.4 would involve a fine of not less than 1,000 and not exceeding 3,000 or 15 days in jail. That's this amendment. The language that already exists for violating the building code, such as failing to comply with an order issued by the fire marshal. Those fines are actually $150 to $1,000 or imprisonment up to 15 days.
Still seems low for doing business at your property.
Maybe we could consider raising that with a subsequent amendment as well.
It's certainly higher than what it was. It's no longer a violation, and the violations can be per container. And it really is going to be the judgment of our public safety and fire marshals.
Okay, any other questions?
I could quote.
All right, thank you.
Charles has a couple, I think. Charles, you have a couple?
I'm not there yet, hold on. Is there anyone here at Town Hall who wanted to be heard at this public hearing number 3, or public hearing number 4 related to the accumulation of hazardous materials on residential properties? All right, I'm seeing none. I will note that our Public Safety Director, Ryan Murphy, is also here in the audience if anybody has any questions for Ryan. All right, Charles, to you, if you're watching this from home, office, or other remote location, and you wish to be heard at public hearing 3 or 4, you need to click the raise hand icon.
I have a lot of people with no hands.
Okay, they're here for something else. All right, Councilman, and okay with closing it?
Yep.
All right, make a motion to close public hearing number 3.
Second.
Second by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Same motion on public hearing number 4, same
Same second.
second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 3 and 4 both closed. We move on to public hearing number 5, and I'll ask our clerk, Cindy Schermeyer, to read the public hearing notice.
Public hearing number 5, to consider amending section 312-12 in order to implement stop sign pilot at David White's Lane at the intersection of North Sea Mecox Road, Watermill, New York.
All right, thank you. Town engineer Tom Houghton will introduce this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm here tonight to introduce a proposed four-way stop sign at the intersection of David White's Lane and North Sea Mecox Road. I've been approached by a number of residents over the past year who have explained the difficulty they've had crossing this intersection, potentially dangerous mishaps that they may have had, close calls, encounters. As such, I went out and looked at the intersection. We pulled the traffic data from New York State's database. There were 5 accidents, actually 6 if you include the one that they hit the deer, in the past 12 months. And when you compare that against what the Manual on Uniform Traffic Code and Devices calls for, it's if you have 5 accidents in 12 months, it's eligible for a multi-way stop sign. So an upgrade from not just the stop sign on David White's Lane, but to help mitigate those right-angle collisions and those 90-degree collisions. In addition to that, they ask you to look at the sight distance for both legs of the intersection that you're going to be putting stop signs on. out here on this first arrow. Charles, I don't know if we can get in on this one. Perfect. So we have North Sea Mecox Road. It's a town road. Is Joel, this one. Oh man, I thought this was gonna happen.
Now I can't help.
All right, so I'll do that.
Can't get the floor.
So North Sea Mecox Road is a east-west road just north of County Road 39, just up the street here. David White's Lane runs north-south. David White's Lane has stop control on both legs. So when you're driving north on David White's, you'll stop at the intersection, you'll look both ways, and theoretically you'll cross. We'll zoom in a little further. Both roads have a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit. They're both similarly classed roads. North Sea Mecox definitely has a bit more traffic than David White's Lane, but it's not at the level that it is a collector road for the town. It's not an artery. It's definitely sees much traffic, but it's not on the level of Scuttle Hole or anything like that. So part of the items that we looked at as far as the sight distance is the major issues are when you're traveling south on David White's, you stop at the stop sign, you look to your right, you can typically see down the road a fair way. When you look to your left, you see about 15 giant trees, fence line, shrubbery. You can't see past this intersection. You have to pull up till, honestly, like your driver door is level with the shoulder in order to see down this road, to see the cars coming in. Part of that is due to the angle of this intersection. So we come in at 90, we leave at about 60. So we're on a turn with a four-way intersection. For those traveling north on David White's Lane, they'll pull up, they'll look to their right, you can see way down because this field is, they keep it cut, it's trim mowed grass.
Right.
When you look to your left, I have the same picture, don't I? Sorry about that. When you look to your left, you see a stand of either wheat or corn. You can't see past it at all.
It's in that.
It is? Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
It's different.
It depends on the time of year.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's upside down in green. So what you're looking at is a stand of grass here. I think it's wheat right now, and it's blocking this travel lane. Pairing that with the elevation of this corner piece, and honestly where the property line is, there's not much we can do about that besides have vehicles pulled further up. So combined with the 6 accidents that we had last year in that 12-month period, one of them was the deer. So if we go back to September of 2022, we do have a full 6 accidents, which is more than what we need. Combined with the 2 sight distance issues here, we're proposing a 12-month temporary stop sign configuration here. We ran it by the chief of police. He wants to put it in place. And then if it doesn't work, or if we're getting negative feedback from the community, that temporary aspect will allow us to pull it from the code. We're not making it's not gonna have to be a full-blown removal. It's letting us put it into practice, letting us try and reduce these basically 90-degree collisions, or I stopped, I didn't see anybody, I started to pull out, and then I got T-boned type accidents that we've been seeing occurring over the past year. We ran it by the highway department. They said, let us know if the town board votes on it. So we have the support of our departments behind this. And I think we have some residents here tonight who are interested in speaking on it as well, and just to give some of their experiences with this intersection. But we expect it'll make an impact.
So I drive up David White's and make that left onto North Sea Mecox most every day. And there has recently, because now it's cut back, but for a while, that farm field, whatever they were growing, it looked like tall grasses, and they were pretty close to the road. And yeah, it was very difficult. It was dangerous because you couldn't see. You couldn't see around it. Then they cut it back some. I didn't know whether they were in the road right away or not. But then they cut everything down.
Sure.
I guess that's part of the farming practice. But now it's fine. Now I feel like it's a safe place to make that left. But when there's crop in the field, it's not.
Or snow.
Or what?
Or snow, for that matter, if it's ends up getting plowed onto that shoulder.
I can't tell you how many times we have come west on North Sea Mecox with a truck and trailer and had a truck pull out of that
Sure.
north side, because they can't see us coming and we can't see them pulling out. And by the time they pull out, it's too late for you to stop and truck and trailer, and they can't get out of your way fast enough.
There is a lot of traffic.
not just-
I mean, you talked about Scuttle Hole Road, which is, a tremendous amount of traffic, but a lot of it ends up here, goes ahead of Pond, and, it's trying to avoid County Road 39, and so you do get traffic on North Sea Mecox, and it works its way up to, there's a stop sign further down.
Yeah, North Sea Mecox does
As when you get to Major's Path, there's
the
another.
issues on Seven Ponds as well.
I had a question about
Let
that.
me just finish. There is a stop sign at Major's Path. That's the next stop sign you get to.
Yes.
So I don't think it's really gonna slow traffic down so much as they'll stop.
Well, the guidance.
Because that was one of my initial concerns, is that it's gonna make it harder and harder for people to go home. Because a lot of people do use this as a secondary
You're
bypass.
just gonna get to the line of traffic faster.
I think, yeah, because
Slower.
they already sort of pile up at the Major's Path stop sign.
The guidance from the METCD is that you're not to use stop signs to reduce speed. So our issue here, yes, may be an increase in speed, that the vehicles are traveling quicker and people don't have enough time to cross the road. That is one thing, but they also can't see these vehicles either. So we have the accidents to back it up.
I think 6 accidents in a year.
No,
is
yeah, with the
significant.
stop sign, there's less likely to be an accident.
Tom, what do you think the impact is going to be on Seven Pond Road,
I
which is
think
to the east, in the evening coming home? I mean,
in the evening coming home,
It's gonna fill
it'll
up.
essentially be the same backup at, wait, on Seven Ponds coming home?
It's not gonna change that.
Yeah, Seven Ponds
to
is
the
gonna
east,
stay
right by
exactly
the apple orchard.
It shouldn't really have much of an impact, I don't think.
They
You're
come
saying
down
in the
Seven
evening?
Ponds and then they make that right
Yes.
onto North Sea Mecox.
It's going to be another stop sign. But
Yes.
I get it.
Are you gonna do anything to alert people that there's a change in the traffic
We
pattern?
absolutely have to. We have to put vehicle message boards up in advance
New traffic
before
pattern.
we even do anything to the intersection. And then we have to do like yellow signs with red stop signs on them saying that new traffic pattern ahead, stop sign ahead, and we honestly have to go all the way down North Sea Mecox Road and give them that incremental warning all along the way on both sides.
Yeah, because I'm concerned about somebody coming up David White's to make the left and just assuming that
Everyone's
the car's
stopping.
gonna stop. And if they're so used to not stopping there, the car on
No,
North
of
Sea
course,
Mecox.
of course. So we have to follow the MTCD as far as noticing of that. We have to follow the incremental warning signs. So 1,000 foot out, it'll be new traffic pattern ahead, stop signs. At 750 feet, it'll be a stop sign warning. At 500 feet, it'll be a stop sign warning until we get up there.
Okay, why don't we get to the public here? Thank you, Tom, stick around. I didn't get a card filled out for this public hearing, but I see there's people here from the neighborhood, so just raise your hand and I'll call on you if you want to speak. Anybody want to speak?
I'm a terrible public speaker.
Come on, we're easy.
Give it a shot.
So are we.
We're gentle, you can't say
I
anything
wrote
wrong.
something down, but I'm like, terrible public speaker.
Come on up, well, give it a try. This is how activists are born here. I remember my first time, I was terrified, so.
Now we can't
Now I
get
can't,
them
now I
stopped.
can't avoid the microphone.
Missed the opportunity.
I know,
Hello,
that was a long
hi.
time ago. Okay, what's your name?
Sherry Lind.
Sherry Lynn?
Yeah.
Okay, and you live near here?
I live down the block.
Okay.
Pull that mic down a little
Okay,
bit.
just take that mic and,
There you go.
so you can tell us what you think about this.
So I live down the block, and I drive this intersection multiple times a day. The cars that come down North Sea Mecox, they drive sometimes up to 55 miles an hour. They treat it like a second Sunrise Highway or a second Montauk Highway. It's impossible to cross over. I do it, like I said, multiple times a day. You have to pull all the way up to almost the middle of the road to see on your left. When the weed is high, you can't see it all. And then by then, you're almost being hit by someone. I mean, at night, there's nothing. It's black, and it's terrifying. I drive it with my children, and we creep up multiple times a day, and then almost are hit on the left, sometimes almost hit on the right. If they were going maybe 30 miles an hour, it'd be different, but they're going 55 miles an hour most of the time. They're speeding down there, and so it's terrifying. Those stop signs would be, it would just be so good to have those there. I have to say, I've been calling Tom. I've probably called him over 100 times since last year. Since last July, I've been working on this.
So you are a good public speaker.
I just to call and talk to Tom, but I've called him like every week since last July to follow up on this, just because I'm so passionate about this, just because it's so dangerous. And every day my children are in the back seat. Mom, when are they installing it? I'm like, working on it. So that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
You did great.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Come back anytime.
And she's right, we get reports all the time of the near misses and people, battling for this all the time, so I think it's about time we give it a shot.
Yeah, I think we've all had that
Any
experience.
other brave souls? You wanted to come up, right? Come on up.
Hi, Joanna Halsey. I wrote everything down because I just didn't want to miss anything. Okay, I'm here tonight because I honestly didn't know where else to go or who to talk.
You're here for
Oh,
public
this is
portion.
something else.
Oh, this is something else?
Wait, this is just on the stop sign, Joanna.
We're
Oh,
not,
sorry.
we're not quite a public portion. Shortly,
Okay.
hopefully.
Anyone else on the stop sign?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, sure. Multiple bites at the apple here. That was a Halsey joke.
Yeah.
And that was a Halsey.
I know.
I'm Richard Burkowski from Watermill. I've had several incidences at this particular intersection. I did have a T-bone accident there. It is very difficult to see in whichever way you're coming. I don't know, and it's just my opinion, and I have one on just about everything. More stop signs probably will not solve the problem because of the way people drive anyway. You're going to have 4 cars there, and they're all going to want to go at the same time, or it's just the habit of the human being. I would just maybe if you could consider reconfiguring that curve in a way that maybe either straighten it out, eliminate some of the farm field obstruction, some of the obstruction looking towards the southeast where all the trees on the estate are. I know it's not as simple as putting up 2 stop signs, but I think that maybe a consideration of straightening that. There's a big dip in it also as you're going around, and it's almost like a Daytona racetrack, which you have a banking in there, so that has an effect on it also. Just a consideration.
This again is a pilot program, so we could technically see how it's working out, if it's working or not working. I don't know how easy it would be to realign the road. Tom?
Oh, it wouldn't be easy, but it would
Yeah.
probably have a more beneficial ending than putting up
I know,
stop
as I
signs.
said, because I drive this all the time, and I come up David White's from the village, and when I get to head of pond, to me, that is the crazy one, where it
Well,
forks.
we'll speak about that later.
Yeah, that's all, yeah, thank you, Richard, for speaking of that, thanks for your patience. Con, do you want to address the realignment?
Yes. So first off, I would like to say that calling me 100 times is not any way to push anything forward, so just put that out there. Secondly, we did look at reconfiguring the roadway. On the southwest corner, the property line for the farm field is essentially at the edge of pavement.
Oh, it is.
Unless we were to receive an offer of dedication from that property owner, there's no way we're reconfiguring anything unless that happens.
Condemn it.
Secondly, we could approach this property owner to ask them to clear cut the 5 trees in the front of their property and eliminate their hedges. We could approach that. I'm not sure if there's,
Are they on their property?
yeah, it's right around there. Yeah,
So it's not in the road right away, it's on their property.
not that I've seen. I'll
Okay.
pull the surveys one more time, but it was either right on their line or on their side of the line. So that would be immensely difficult to do.
So any redevelopment would really require eminent domain for, we'd have to be taken.
Yeah, it all
private
hinges
property,
on this farm field. I can't realign this road and cut this corner any softer without taking property from this one. And this one has already been through the subdivision process, which created multiple lots, those 4 lots that you see, just west on North Simi Cox, as well as the 3 off of David White's Lane. So it's already been through the planning process.
You may want to take a look at that intersection, the V, the fork at David White's and Head of Pond, just a little south of there, because
That's the next one. That one doesn't quite have the amount of
very-
accidents, to be honest.
so we're lucky, because that's a challenge.
That one I have plans to reconfigure, but I wanted to
That
go
needs like a
through this
roundabout,
first.
if you, or something.
There's actually not enough room.
I think there
in
is.
there, but
I think there is, but.
Hey, Tom, have we ever put radar speed detection, the temporary ones?
I have not done a speed study here recently. I could check back to see if one is previously.
Because my experience is that people totally ignore the speed limit as well, and,
Right, but the issue here that we're having is right angle collisions, 90-degree collisions. So we're trying to basically stop those accidents from happening. I'm not trying to slow people down. The stop signs do that as a matter of fact. So unless people are conscious of blowing stop signs, this should reduce the amount of accidents that are occurring at this intersection.
yeah, I think it's a good start. Certainly it's a good pilot to see what happens
Yep.
and see what you can do.
Let's make sure there's no one else from the public, so is there anyone else who wanted to talk about this 4-way stop?
Can I just ask a question? You said 4-way stop, right?
Yes.
It's already,
There's already 2 ways. There's already stop signs north and south. It's east and west, it's a straight pass. Anyone else? Or we'll go online. Is there anyone online who wishes to be heard? Okay, do we need to leave it open for any other comment? We heard from the police chief, we
I
heard
think
from the
it's on
highway
tonight for
superintendent.
adoption.
What?
I think it's on tonight for adoption.
I know, but sometimes we have to confer with various officials, but, so the police chief and the highway superintendent have already waited?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, we'll move on to the 6th public hearing notice.
6, 7, and 8 can all be opened
Do
together.
you want to do 6, 7, and 8 together? This is on, animal welfare surcharge, okay. All right, so Sunday, would you read the 6th, 7th, and 8th public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 6, to consider enacting Chapter 74, establishing an animal welfare restricted account. Public hearing number 7, to consider amending Chapter 150, dogs and other animals, to update definitions, update fines, and add animal welfare surcharge. Public hearing number 8, to consider enacting Chapter 8-6.4, to allow for appropriation of justice court fees to the Animal Welfare Reserve account.
Okay, and we have Ryan Murphy, our public safety coordinator. What's the title? Director of Public Safety?
Town Code Compliance and Emergency Management
Oh, wasn't even
Administrator.
close?
You weren't, but you do like to reinvent it each time.
Public
So-
Safety Director. Go ahead.
Thank God your salary isn't contingent on your title.
Thank you, Supervisor and Town Board. Wanted to take a moment to address you with regards to the proposals tonight with regards to the changes to the Animal Control Code as well as the development of a animal welfare fund. I'm going to just take a quick run through what the changes are to the animal code. If anybody has any specific questions with any of them along the way or at the conclusion, certainly happy to address any of them. A basic breakdown, I've kind of summarized it into about 10 different changes that occurred. One is title changes. The code reflects the old animal shelter supervisor title. It doesn't take any consideration to our current structure where I oversee the Department of Public Safety and we have the Animal Control Division underneath it. It refers back to a time when the town still managed its own animal shelter as opposed to the relationship that we currently have with the Southampton Animal Shelter. So that makes those changes. There's some basic language changes in the code. For example, instead of just saying feeding geese, we added other wild animals because obviously we don't just care about or concern ourselves with geese. It's animals in general. The definition for breeder has been added in for commercial activity, and that definition is consistent with federal tax code and differentiates between hobby breeders and commercial breeding. We refined the definition for owner in the code to include someone coming in to redeem an animal and take possession of that animal at the shelter. Updated the language with regards to service animals. Previously, it only referenced service dogs. The new definition is consistent with ADA regulations and references service animals, which also, of course, includes mini ponies. I'm still waiting to see one on the plane. We defined training facilities under commercial animal activities as well. Updated the wording to eliminate the use of the word tethered in certain sections of the code, obviously consistent with Suffolk County tethering law. We don't want to encourage people to tether an animal anywhere, but under the old code, when this was written, leashing or tethering were kind of used interchangeably at the time. We updated the exemptions for licensing fees to address a minor spelling error in there and make the change from service dog to service animal and include the military animal exemption in there as well. Updated fines to reflect the current penal code regulations and court regulations. And lastly, added the animal welfare surcharge to court penalties under the proposed code changes, which brings me to the animal welfare fund section of this. The intention of adding an animal welfare fund and the surcharge to be applied for court violations associated with animal violations is to create a funding source that could be utilized, and it's enumerated in your resolution packets. It's to create a funding source that could be utilized to render necessary emergency veterinary aid to sick and injured animals that are encountered by animal control, to help fund spay and neuter programs for feral colonies of domestic animals that are out there. Specifically, obviously, this is largely referring to feral cat colonies out there and a lot of the TNR programs that are already engaged in by partners of the town in those areas. To use it for connection with emergency housing and rehoming, including feeding and providing care for animals that are not able to be housed by the animal shelter, which kind of speaks towards large breed animals that we don't really have a great home for at the animal shelter. Training and purchasing of specialized equipment for animal control if necessary, to conduct some of their regular activities, to fund educational programs for the public possibly, and any other bona fide purpose deemed appropriate for animal welfare. That's the intention of creating that fund and the associated surcharge for court violations that are brought with regards to violations of the animal section of the town code. That really kind of summarizes the code changes for the animal control code, as well as the intention of the animal welfare fund and what it would be utilized for. Happy to entertain. That's a quick summary. I know I'm standing between some people in the crowd and getting up to talk to you, so I don't want to hold that up any longer. It's a quick summary. Happy to entertain any questions with regards to the code.
Do we see a lot of these types of violations in a given year?
A fair number. A fair number between running at large and failure to license and some other violations of the code associated with animals on it really goes back to running at large with the beaches and things like that too. So yeah, there's a pretty good number. Dangerous dog situations as well, where we have bites and attacks and things like that too.
And I asked for the animal welfare fund to be, the reserve account to be set up because, we do add these surcharges, and I felt, why put money into a blight mitigation fund or a water quality fund for an animal case, when we can use that money to offset some of the things that Ryan mentioned, especially the emergency care, which animal control has to provide at a cost to the taxpayers.
Right, we've doubled the budget under animal control in the last couple of years for emergency veterinary care, and I expect that we're probably going to overrun and have to move, from a different line within the animal control budget again this year based on where we're at already in, month 7 of the year. So having something like this, and a lot of those cases are strays and ferals and things like that are found out in the public domain that also have an injury that don't have an owner necessarily attached to them, where we then end up encumbering that cost as the town of Southampton.
No, I think that makes perfect sense, and it's a great thing to do. It's better than, as you say, going to something it's a kind of a no-brainer from what I'm hearing with.
So to appropriate money from the restricted account, we have to do a special resolution.
Yeah, so one is to create, and the other is to be able to appropriate that money. It's to create the account, to create the surcharge in the code, and then to be able to utilize the money for those purposes.
Other funds in your account, you have certain discretion to spend. Out of this account, it has to go back through the town board to approve the use of the money from the restricted account?
For the
No, you would be authorizing it to only be used for the purposes that were specified.
Okay.
If it was something outside of that, then it would have to go back to the town board, but the enumerated items,
I know, but like
1
the
through
police
5 would
restricted
be.
account, we have to.
Yes. That's like the donation account there, that you would then have to approve any expenses out of it. As long as the expense is consistent with the activities like spay and neutering, emergency veterinary care, rehousing, educational programs, stuff like that, it's consistent with the fund usage.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, we'll go to our town hall audience. I don't have anybody who has filled out a card. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard at any of these 3 public hearings? I guess it's number 6, 7, and 8. Seeing none, we'll go to our online audience. Do we have anyone online who wishes to be heard at any of the hearings pertaining to the animal welfare restricted account?
That's on for tonight,
Sure.
right? We have it in the packet?
Charlie, anybody?
It's just a closing hearing.
Okay.
And again, anyone online who?
No, sir.
No? All right. All right, Cindy, you want
We
to
need
close?
to close the 3?
There's no reason to keep it open, right?
No.
No, I would recommend that you consider closing it tonight, and then it'll be on for a future date for the resolution.
Make a motion to close public hearing number 6.
Second?
Second by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll make a motion to close public hearing number 7.
Same second?
Same second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, that's closed. Public hearing number 8, I'll make a motion to close.
Same second?
Same second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that concludes our public hearings. I do have quite a number of cards for public portion. Thank you for your patience. During public portion, you can speak on any subject. Tell us what's on your mind, share your concerns. I'm going to take these in the order that I received them. I hope they're not numbered, but I think I kept them in the same order. Everybody has 3 minutes to make their comments known. The clerk will let you know when you're down to 30 seconds. And once we get through the stack here, if you're all still here, we'll move on to our online audience. I think Charles mentioned there was quite a number of people watching online. All right, James Garito? And why don't I just tell you who's on deck too, so you can queue up, then we don't have to wait. James, come on over. Richard Bukowski. You can sit, Richard, if you want. You're right. All right.
Good evening, everyone. My name is James Garrido. I reside in Shinnecock Hills. There's a problem arising in our neighborhoods that's starting with this new, I guess, since the pandemic, and houses are turning over. We're experiencing a turnover ownership, which should be welcome, but the problem is when there's a smaller or older home on that parcel, it's being torn down, and the largest possible structure that can be squeezed onto the lot is being constructed. This is causing a problem for existing residents because of the largeness of the new home. The open space on that property becomes very limited, and that pushes most, if not all, the construction vehicles and the workers' vehicles onto the street. I've had a construction project across the street from my house for 4 years now. I have counted as many as 34 trucks and cars lined up on the street. The problems that arise from that is the mail not being delivered, daily trash being left behind by the workers at lunchtime and end-of-day departure, and there's also damage to adjacent properties from construction vehicles that don't have enough room to access the construction site. My family is awakened every morning starting around 6:30 when the workers and the trucks start to show up, and then full on at 7 o'clock by backup alarms and construction activities. I'm confounded by the fact that the town instituted an ordinance that prohibits the use of gas-powered leaf blowers from May 20th to September 20th, with construction activities that produce more noise and inconveniences permitted to start at 7 o'clock. New guidelines need to be put in place so that the neighborhood isn't continually being harassed or inconvenienced by new construction. It seems this new era of construction projects have total disregard for the neighbors around them. I've just finished this 4-year experience. The harassment and inconveniences first myself on hand, in which I am still not receiving my mail. Currently, 2 more properties on my streets have been purchased, and the houses have been demolished and are awaiting new construction. I don't want to have these processes continually affect the quality of life for my family and my neighbors alike. Something needs to be done. I have spoken with the building department, code enforcement, the post office, and I've received no help. I called the town supervisor's office, and they directed me to you guys. We need help with this. Thank you. This is just crazy. 4 years of lunacy. And I'm across the street from it, so I've had the damage to the property. I got the trash on my property. I got the construction of your tractor trailers showing up at 6 o'clock in the morning and just idling. Other towns prevent construction from starting at 8 o'clock at, certain times of the year, which, I'm in construction, so I kind of get it, but you got to have consideration for your neighbors. My whole neighborhood is up in arms, and they've complained doesn't get any place.
4 years is a long time.
You ain't
for a
kidding.
construction project.
One project.
How big of a house is that?
15,000 square feet.
Oh,
On less than an acre. That guy went for
No way.
variances.
On less than an acre?
No, less than an acre and a half, I would say. It's about 200 feet wide and
15,000 square feet?
15,000 square feet.
It's a big house.
I don't even want to get into that part of it. That's a whole different thing.
Was it
Going
intermittent
for-
work?
Huh?
Was it intermittent work?
Well, the
Like they
pandemic
stopped for
slowed them
couple
down a little
months
bit,
and
but
then-
listen, I've been in construction.
Yeah.
I did 80-acre sites in 2 years. It shouldn't take 4 years. It shouldn't take 2 years to build a house. I don't care if it's 15,000 or 20,000.
One of the things that I've noticed on construction sites is that companies ask their workers to show up at the job, and they bring their own cars, and it creates exactly what you're saying.
But, you could set it, I actually sat down with the building inspector and gave him a list of the issues, and even gave him some proposals how you could rectify it. If you could limit it to 5 vehicles being parked on the street in front of the property. Don't block the mailboxes. You could put charge an escrow account. These aren't little houses being built. We're talking 8,000 and above. In particular, this one is 15,000 square feet, but they just have total disregard. It just lines up down the street. My own
Doesn't
guy
sound like
takes
he
care of the
banged the
grass.
thing out.
Huh?
It doesn't sound like he banged the job out where he got everybody there. And they
But
were
now I
working.
have 2 more,
But
right?
it's
2
4
doors in
years,
either
yeah.
direction, so, everybody is going bananas.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah,
It starts at 7 in the morning?
it starts at 7 in the morning.
Weekends too, or no?
No, Saturday starts at 8.
Is that, Ryan, is that what the hours, I know we.
No, it is,
Yeah.
it is an ordinance, that's what's in the ordinance, to start at
I-
7, but it doesn't make sense.
I know it used to be on the weekends, you could start at 7 too. I think
Yeah.
we made it 8 when I first,
I
that
mean,
was one
you
of
know,
my first
if-
bills.
I'm sorry, if you do the ordinance for the leaf blower, you could do similar something with construction, just extend it to start at 8 o'clock in this, you know, in the nicer weather when, you know, people are out and about.
In the summertime, yeah.
Yeah, and then limit to parking, like, I think in the village, they have to provide parking for the construction employees and bring them in. I believe in West Hampton Beach, you're not allowed to do any outside activities during the actual summer. I think that's a bit extreme, but, you know, in these neighborhoods where there's houses on both sides of the street, it becomes a problem for the neighborhood.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Did you talk to the general contractor or the owner?
Of course I did.
I mean, it's, aside from what you're saying.
Of course I did.
Okay.
And listen, there was no hostility. You know, typically you get yes to death, and
Then
I
the
even
message-
called the carting company that kept running over my lawn and breaking the sprinkler heads and said, use common sense. You don't need a big roll-off. You have 6-wheelers now. It's only a 10-yard container. You know,
I mean, they finished the shingling, right? It's all done, right?
well, now it's done, but now I got 2 more lots.
So is it mostly interior work they're doing now? So it
They're
should
just
require-
about finished. No, well, with the interior work, that's where you get all the cars parked.
Painters and the
Cars, but no, less noise, but. yeah.
No, there's still noise. This particular project just ended, but now there's 2 lots. On either side of me, 2 doors down, it's gonna start. So I don't want, you know, I already went through 4 years, so I don't wanna go through another 4 years. And my whole neighborhood's up in arms, and we just don't know where to go, because I even went and spoke to the post office about getting my mail, and they have no recourse. There's no way to.
Well, there's nothing we can do there with the post office.
Yeah, but I mean, but we could do.
I'm certainly willing to listen to our ordinance folks if there's in building department, if there's some reasonable restrictions on the number of cars or something that can be managed. I don't know.
I don't see why it's a big
Mailboxes and
deal.
stuff, yeah.
I mean, and start at 8 o'clock from Memorial Day to Labor Day. Just so, I mean, during the school year, when, you know, the kids, and it's cold out, it's winter time, yeah, you can get away with it. You know, or some of the bigger projects, there aren't houses around, so you wouldn't even hear it. But like when you have a more condensed neighborhood, it's a problem. And the trash is a problem.
All right, thank you, James.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Richard, you're followed by Dolores. You can stay right there, Dolores.
Here I am again, and my cage has been rattled by one particular instance, but there's hundreds of things going on in this town, and it's all starts with the development that this gentleman has a problem with. So now I'm kind of going off track on what I really came here for, but what needs to be done is some sort of moratorium or some severe restrictions on what size houses can be built on what size lots. It's absurd what's going on, and again, I'm dressed here as an old, trying to bring back some old memories of some heritage and tradition here is what we used to be in the farm fields and the people that lived here have lived here as natives for generations and generations. They're tearing down 1,800 square foot houses, and then he's saying putting up 10,000. A perfect example is on Blank Lane and Watermill on Farmstead Lane. They tore down an 1,800 square foot house that was one of your last affordable housing developments that we've ever had here. They were $130,000 houses. Now they're now being bought up for $2 million. They're tearing them down and putting up a 7,600 square foot house on a 3/4 acre lot with the swimming pool, now asking $8.5 million. The town has to have some sort of they have to have the authority to limit what you can build. If you want to build an 8,000 square foot house, you need to have at least 2.5, 3 acres of land, 5 acres of land. There's got to be something that can be done where you can tear down a house, but you can't build it any bigger than the footprint of the existing house. Maybe give them 10 feet one way or the other. But things have got to change because it's the housing that's driving the traffic. And the traffic is the reason why I'm here. I know it's nearly impossible to enforce, but where I'm going with this is the selection of how roads are being restricted and closed. The example that got me going is Mill Farm Lane and Diamond Court off of Flying Point Road, which is where everyone cuts off of Seven Ponds Road. David White's Lane, Seven Ponds in the morning, so they take a right, they go to Flying Point, they make a left on Diamond Court, and they go down Mill Farm Lane and back out to the intersection. Just thinking about this whole thing, growing up here, and I've been here my entire life, again, generations of family, there was never even, we're talking about stop signs, there was never even a stop sign at these intersections.
30 seconds.
And I understand that we didn't have as much traffic, but how the town board can deny a taxpayer the right to use a road that we pay to maintain is beyond me. I know there's been there's been whatever it's called, laws passed to enable the town to limit the use of a particular road between certain hours.
3 minutes.
That road is restricted between 6 and 8 in the morning. We can't use it. Now, that was a subdivision that was built, and I don't want to get into an us and them kind of situation, but it isn't us and them. Us that have been here forever, that are being denied use of our public roads and a lot of other things that we were used to doing, and the problem being created by them that want to take that away from us. It used to be a time when we all shared it, but now it seems to be an entitlement of these people that come in here and live for 20 years, consider themselves a local, and now I have mine, you can't have yours. Now they have a town highway department is blocking it from 5 in the morning till 8, which the restriction is from 6 to 8. But here again, our tax dollars are paying the employees of the town highway department to prevent us from using a road that we pay for. And I wonder why this one is being pointed out and this one's being enforced when we have a tremendous problem down on Cobb Road, Little Cobb Road.
Excuse me. Could you describe what you're talking about?
Which road? Because
Yeah, which road is blocked off?
I can shed light on that.
Yeah.
Diamond Court
Is
and
blocked
Mill
off
Farm Road.
by highway department.
By highway department, which I was told that it was, the highway superintendent took it upon himself to do that because of complaints of the residents in Mill Farm Lane complaining about the traffic going through there. Now, my heart goes out to them because I sold my house 20 years ago, a family-owned house on Head of Pond Road, because it took me 20 minutes to get out of the driveway. Everybody has this same problem. The people on Cobb Road have the same problem, Little Cobb Road. You've got 75, 100, 150 cars. We had a near-death accident at Little Cobb Road yesterday. You've got Mary's Lane in North Sea. You've got roads in Hampton Bays. So why is it that we're going to block this one particular road with taxpayer dollars?
I didn't know we're blocking that. Can you, Tom, I don't remember.
This is why I want to question, where did the authority come from? And I was told it was from the highway superintendent. Now, does the highway superintendent have the authority to close off a road? Which again seems willy-nilly.
Well, let's hear from
our town engineer.
because we're unaware of it, at least I am.
Shed some light on it for you. Good evening. The situation that Mr. Burkowski is referencing is a no left turn restriction and no right turn restriction between the hours of 6 a.m. and 8 a.m. Monday through Friday from Flying Point Road onto Diamond Court. It excludes school buses. This restriction was put in place sometime around 2004. So it's been in town code, I think, almost 20 years at this point. Recently, we received petition from some 36 or so residents on Mill Farm and Diamond Court. I went and took a look. There's about 250 cars an hour during those times going down that road as a bypass to the Seven Ponds traffic that backs up all the way past the orchard that we previously talked about.
In the morning, right?
Yes, in the morning. As a result of that, I believe the highway department went out there and decided that, hey, we actually sent a patrol car out previously to try and enforce this existing restriction in the town code. It's the only restriction in the town code that effectively closes a road. There are no road closures that are both left and right turns in the town code except for this specific instance. It's the only road in town.
You're not allowed to turn right or left onto it?
Correct. It is the
Can I
only.
have my time back?
Yeah, no, I'm not taking your time.
You're
off.
over your time.
We just need to make sure we understand it, so you can't turn from Flying Point.
Onto Diamond Court
And
from
that's
either
the
direction.
existing code.
That is the existing code for
I spoke
almost.
to constituents there, they asked to extend it, and we,
They
Sit
actually
down.
asked for speed bumps and stop signs, and they're
You
looking.
can't turn onto Shrubland from either direction either.
You can only
So
not
you
make
can
a
only-
left onto
so-
Shrubland.
So basically, Diamond Court is a one-way street?
During those hours, from 6 to 8 a.m., excluding school buses, that's what was put in place in 2000.
So it's only one way? You can only go out?
Yes, can only go out, but it's, I would say, not adhered to.
That's
how
not
many cars
adhered.
does Fanning get?
So people are.
There are no restrictions on
I
fanning,
know.
so it's,
I know.
it's an existing,
And then what about on Mill Farm Lane? Is there any restrictions on that?
there are, effectively, the restrictions on Diamond are the restrictions on Mill Farm. And there
So-
are no
'cause you can't get
restrictions.
to
Can't
Mill
get to Mill
Farm
Farm
Lane
without being on Diamond.
without
Correct.
going through Diamond.
Yes. So we had a couple dozen constituents approach me complaining about this traffic, that they've been dealing with it since the subdivision was instituted. So we started looking at that. I believe one of the assistant
When
town
was this
attorneys,
put in place, this Diamond Court restriction?
I think 2004.
So we'll give this gentleman the microphone back.
Okay, so the highway department effectively is enforcing the existing no-turn restriction.
How are they enforcing it? They don't have police powers.
I think they just blocked off with cones.
Dump truck and 2 employees. So, and being paid overtime to restrict our taxpayers from using the town road that we use, that we pay for. And my question is,
But let me just make, right, my office did not request that. I'll just put that out there, but.
Your office did not request it. And the police department is not enforcing it, only the highway department.
The police department had previously visited that road to basically do spot enforcement. They can't be there for 5 days a week, 2 hours a day, so.
the police department doesn't have the personnel to enforce that, or do they have the personnel to enforce Shrubland Road or Mary's Lane or any of the other roads that have a sign on it to deter people from using it? My question is, does the town actually have the authority to implement this restriction, being that it is a taxpayer road, it's a public road, and it's being paid for by taxpayer dollars? So why is it that the people on Mill Farm and Diamond Court get the benefit of not having any traffic on their road, when the people on Fanning Avenue and the people on Parkwalk Avenue and the people on Cobb Road and Little Cobb Road and Seven Ponds Road and Lower Seven Ponds and all of these roads that are sharing all of this traffic that's coming out here, that's created by the second homeowner that has 10 or 15 people that need to take care of their house, they're the people that are causing the problem, but wanting to restrict us that didn't really cause the problem. It's selective enforcement is what I'm having a problem with, and I'm sure that no one has actually legally challenged the town board or the highway department or whoever is putting these restrictions in, because it's a lot of litigation, and what's gonna happen is, here we go, if I'm gonna do this, if I'm gonna be represented, I'm paying an attorney to fight a town who's being funded by my tax dollars. So you get what I hope you get what I'm trying to say.
There are some streets that have similar restrictions. I'm not crazy about them, like Shrubland, where you can't turn left during certain hours.
Weight restrictions of trucks.
But I wasn't aware of this restriction.
When you get to talk about weight restrictions, but you again, as I said before about the stop signs and all, people drive the way they drive. It's insane what I see. I'm now a school bus driver, which it's the greatest thing I've ever done. But you see the craziest stuff. We had the situation with that accident yesterday. So the traffic that was deterred over, we call it Woe Nelly Bridge. It's the railroad bridge that goes off of Head Pond Road and Montauk Highway. There's an 18-wheeler full of lumber going over this 9-ton restricted bridge. You know, you have signs, you have restrictions, but when people don't follow it, they don't. And everybody in the township is sharing this, yet you have a select few people that are getting the benefit. You know, quid pro quo, something going on here. Does somebody live there that knows somebody that has something going on? It's
I was not
ridiculous.
aware of that restriction on that street, so.
Excuse me?
I was not aware of that restriction or that.
Well, that's what blew my mind, going down, and believe me, I, as a native, and when I would go that way to go to work, I would tease all the people coming from the west side that would use that road as a cutoff. And I told them, these people didn't buy this subdivision to have all this traffic in front of them, but then I realized it's a public road. It's paid for by everyone, and everyone should have the right to use it. I feel bad for them. I've lived it myself. I've had to move out of a home that a family home. And if anybody's being put out or inconvenienced, it's the people that have lived here that wanted to grow up and grow old and have the dream of living here that has been destroyed by all of the traffic and the building. So
All right, thank you,
that's,
sir.
a lot of stuff's gotta be done, and I applaud you guys for trying to do it, so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right,
Thanks for driving a bus. It's great.
all right, you got some fans over there, so Dolores.
Before you start the timer, Dolores Riley, Shinnecock
And
Hills,
then, can I just see who's
Hampton
next?
Bays.
And then, Vicky Wojcik? Vicky, you here? Okay, perfect. All right, go ahead.
Before you start the timer, I wanted to say thank you to Jay Schneiderman, to Cindy McNamara, and anyone else involved in doing the, getting the best thing to cover the canal location. Thank you very much. Which gives me really a lot of hope for the movie theater, which I'm going to talk about now. Last night, I had the best time I've had in a long time. I
Was it
guess I need a
Barbie
little
night?
more oomph to my life.
Barbie and Oppenheimer
I went
both.
to the Monday night mystery movie in Hampton Bays, and I got to see a great movie, Gran Turismo. You have to see it, for $5 and $7.50 for popcorn. It was wonderful. The line was practically out the door, which hasn't happened in quite a while because of the movies that are out right now. The parking lot was completely full. Okay, I finally got around to writing
It wasn't for Barbie? 'Cause,
Barbie and Oppenheimer.
Barbie
So
and
I
Oppenheimer.
finally got around to writing a letter to the editor, and this is what I wrote. It hasn't come out yet, although somebody said they saw it online. One of the great things about Hampton Bays is that we have a movie theater. The ones in Southampton and West Hampton Beach have been closed for a while. Even Riverhead, which we'll talk about in a minute, doesn't have a movie theater. If the town of Southampton wants to bring more people to Hampton Bays, they need to keep the Regal movie theater here. We don't need a CVS. We need a place that offers enjoyment to families, teenagers, and adults. I'm tired of hearing people talk about upgrading Hampton Bays and at the same time planning to have the theater demolished and replaced by a drugstore. On so many levels, this is not right. We have a comfortable theater that shows many movies in English and even in Spanish. Okay, no reclining seats, but it's comfortable, clean, and in a great location. Luckily for Hampton Bays, the theater doesn't open until late afternoon on most days. This would not be the case with a CVS. The increase in traffic morning, noon, and night at an already busy intersection, which I think Gail Lombardi has spoken about a few times, would be hard to deal with and possibly dangerous. Many years ago, there were talks about creating a theater district in Hampton Bays, and today there are people in Hampton Bays who would like to see a performing arts space here. Such an addition would be very expensive and would take years to complete. We need a movie theater, and it's already here. Regal has 5 screens showing a variety of films. They have $5 mystery movie nights once a month. On Tuesdays, the movies are only $7, and there are many teenagers there. Why would we want to take away one of the few inexpensive activities for teens to do during the week? I support our theater and hope it's still possible to prevent it from being taken away. If it closes, the nearest movie theater would be in Sag Harbor, terrible during the summer, and the nearest place to see operas in high def would be, please take one and pass it, would be in East Hampton, also not local.
30 seconds.
This is part of an what? Oh. This is part of an article that I found. It's from 2019. Let's see. The people of this town, they're talking about Riverhead and the importance of having a movie theater in their thing. And I would also like to speak as long as the gentleman before me spoke. The people of this town deserve a movie theater. Riverhead is big enough to support a movie theater, he said. But the town can make it easier. We know we can't drag the business in here, but the town can make it easier. We have a movie theater already. A movie theater is often, for a town that wants to develop, the last piece of the puzzle. The man who wrote this said that Riverhead residents, especially seniors, need a theater locally so they do not have to travel, especially at night, and especially to the opera. In June of 2017, the Director of Sales and Leasing and Director of Development told town officials they're committed to building a theater on a site with or without Regal. As far as I know, that has still not happened. They don't have
4
a movie
minutes.
theater left yet, unless I'm unaware of it. Okay, then they talked about maybe it would be easier for Riverhead to get a movie theater if Hampton Bays just closed their movie theater. But ours is still alive. And what the man said, and that's in your things if you want to take them home tonight or tomorrow and do some light reading.
Is this
The
Newsday?
town said that, believe
No.
me, we have worked very hard to get a
Civiletti
movie
is-
theater to come to this town. We've changed zoning.
Summertime,
We're
Riverhead
all
Summertime,
in lockstep with you. This board has not thwarted anything as private industry. And the stop sign in North Sea, Mecox Road, I think that I love the presentation. I thought it was very, very important. I want us to do that for Regal, and I've gone to the planning board, I've spoken a few times. The last time I went, the meeting was postponed. They let me speak anyway. 3 weeks before that, the meeting was postponed. It was postponed because it's still working things out. So I'm hoping, I'm praying to all the gods that be, that maybe CVS and the owner cannot possibly make a deal. That's what I'm hoping and praying for. You have a movie theater in Hampton Bays. All the overlay district that you wanted was to bring in people, to bring all kinds of different things to the town. The one thing that we have, Riverhead doesn't have it, Southampton doesn't have it. We have a movie theater. I beg you, please, do this. And if you can tell me, maybe I can meet with a couple of you guys, if you can tell me how it is that this goes back to the planning board and say, you know, if something could happen. I mean, you made it happen with the best thing for that moratorium to last, whatever. Please, can you think of anything, Mr. Schneiderman? Can you think of anything that could help the situation? I know it's a little late in the day, but there was COVID. I wasn't living here full-time. Now I'm here full-time.
6
I
minutes.
go to the movies.
This week was a really good week for the movies. It really was.
It was
With
packed.
Oppenheimer and Barbie, and blockbuster movies. It's a tough business to sustain itself. And a lot of, we did a poll in Hampton Bays, and people do, I think people want the movie theater to be there, but not a lot of them said they were going to the movies.
More of them are going.
Yeah.
They really,
And I think
I swear to you, they're
COVID
really
really
going.
did a number. A lot of people have large screen TVs and streaming services.
Yeah, but it's stupid. We
And,
don't want to go to the movie theater.
So you don't have,
Hampton Bays.
if you ask me a question, and, you're right, Southampton, I'm hoping it reopens, but, Montauk, that movie theater is gone, and.
Montauk.
Is West Hampton still open?
West Hampton Beach,
No.
West Hampton is
No,
closed, but West
it's
Hampton
closed.
Beach, they show classics and
Yeah,
arty
it's
movies.
obviously, it's a very tough business
Doesn't
model
seem-
right now.
But if
Just
they
their lives-
change their
they-
mind.
New York State recently allowed liquor to be served, and I
Yes.
think they did get a liquor license that
Yes.
came through here in
Uh-huh.
terms
Yeah.
of notification. I mean, I'd love there to be a movie theater. However, we don't control the private sector to that degree. We control uses that are allowable if, like bowling alleys. I love bowling alleys, but they just don't survive. We just lost the one up in Wildwood, but, if the economics don't support it, we have to allow other uses there. We can't force people to be in a business that's not viable. So I guess if people really want to save that movie theater, just keep going to the movies and make it economically beneficial.
Well, they have been. Okay.
But it's not a lot, the town. I know you say, well, make it an arts district or something like that and restrict its use so it can't be a pharmacy. That's pretty tough. That's pretty tough to do.
Okay, do you have any way that I could reach the owner of that property? Because I've gotten addresses, I've gotten other things. I can never contact them.
You
Anybody?
talk to the manager of the movie?
Mary, I have spoken to her, yeah, she doesn't know. and I could try Regal again.
Well,
We'll
I
just
can,
keep going.
I could give you the address of where the property tax bill goes. That's-
Oh, I have the address.
The assessor's office, that's, yeah, they have the.
Yeah,
Right.
but I have the address, but I want to talk to
I don't have a
somebody.
contact there.
Okay, thank you.
You know,
Sorry,
and I
everybody, that I
know
went
that
over.
we had stepped in Sag Harbor to save the cinema, but it was a historic building in a historic district.
That's
and-
what my brother-in-law said.
And
Get it,
unfortunately,
it's
and
not.
that could be brought to, here in Hampton Bays if it was a historic building in a
But it's
historic
not.
district, but it's not.
Not even remotely. Oh, well. Well, keep going to the movies while you still can.
All right, thank you, Doris. All right, Vicky, you're next, followed by Lorraine Pasillo. Pasilio?
Historic building.
Yep. All right, Vicky?
Good evening. We are with the Bayview Pines Civic and Taxpayers Association and have been in existence since 1969. We are a community of approximately 350 homes in Flanders. We sit on land that juts out into Flanders Bay, which as the north and south forks open, becomes the Peconic. Our organization has expressed multiple issues to town, county, federal, and state officials. We have received help and assistance in many areas, and we thank those who have helped our community in resolving many issues. However, many of our remaining problems go unaddressed despite our phone calls and emails over the past year and a half. We are writing to request a meeting with our local officials to help us resolve the following. Parking at beach by non-residents. The beach at the end of Long Neck Boulevard continues to be a source of problems. The number of non-residents who come to our beach between the hours of 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. is significant. Many abuse the beach by drinking, barbecuing, and leaving their trash behind. We are therefore requesting the permit-required parking restrictions be extended to 9 p.m. Additionally, we request the no parking restriction from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. be changed to no parking and no standing, as the police have told us they cannot ticket the vehicles if people are just hanging out in their cars late into the night, which occurs most nights. Erosion of beach. For about the last 8 years, the beach has been used by the trustees to place the dredges from the dredging of the nearby Royal Avenue Canal. They have a permit to place their spoils on the beach. However, we believe this is the cause of some recent and significant beach erosion. The dredges are placed on the west side of the beach, which has raised the level of the beach by several feet, which we believe is causing erosion on the opposite or east end side of the beach. We need your assistance and an expert to examine the area to determine if this is the cause and stop it in the future, or request the dredges be spread more evenly. In the meantime, to fix the existing problem, we need the town's assistance in creating a beach erosion control district pursuant to Town Law Section 202B, as is being done in the North Sea Beach Colony Beach, to help restore sand to the east side of the beach. Blighted properties. There are many in our neighborhood. The property known as 7 Z's, the abandoned strip mall near the Big Duck. Methodist Point, a piece of land with several buildings on it, including the one with orange stripes painted across it. The old gas station at the Riverside Traffic Circle, and several other buildings that are blights to our community. That, mostly in the Riverside community near the Riverhead Circle, Traffic Circle, across from the McDonald's. Why are these buildings allowed to stand in decay for decades? Why doesn't the town buy these properties with CPS funds and tear them down, returning them to nature? And now we have...
I think a couple of ones you mentioned, we did. 7 Z's and the Methodist Church, both are owned by the town.
No, not
Yes.
7 C's yet, but the
The
Methodist Point is.
Methodist
yeah.
Point, yeah.
Methodist Point is, yeah.
Yeah, but 7 Z's, I believe there has been an offer.
No, we're in contract on
You're in
7 C's.
contract.
Yeah. Quite frankly, we've been having a little difficulty on that. Our Community Preservation Fund is having a little difficulty contacting the owner, the person that we're in contract with. There seems to be an issue right now, so we're trying to track them down. Dan McCormick, who is the attorney with the CPF, has been trying to reach out to the owners to see we're trying to force, we may have to, actually have to bring a proceeding to force the closing, because we're not getting any response for them at this point. We do own the Methodist Point.
Well, I
Methodist Point.
do hope that you will continue to pressure these owners, because it does, once the purchase has been made, it still takes a lot of time for the buildings to come down.
Sure, yeah.
And,
Oh, so yeah,
you
I
know,
mean,
like
it
the
took a lo- a
Brewster
lot
House.
for the Brewster House took a long
Yes.
time, but it's down now, so.
Yes, well.
Patience.
There are more.
Yeah,
there
we
were-
were
There are
actually-
more. We certainly appreciate the
It's
efforts.
always more complicated than it
Yeah.
seems, yeah.
As
That
far as
one had
Methodist
issues
Point
with the
goes-
sanitary system and contamination and had to be cleaned up.
Yes, yes, I recall that.
So,
As far as Methodist Point goes, we've purchased Methodist Point. There's several buildings on it. CPS have been out there. They're determining which ones are historic and which ones are, you know, kind of falling. And there is a plan, they are working on a plan for preservation of Methodist Point in that house. You know,
The continuation.
all right, we'll restart the clock.
we're still on that
My name is
list.
Lorraine.
No,
I don't want anybody.
So-
I'm from Bayview Pines Civic Association, and we have also registered many complaints from our members over the years, and many have been corrected, the code violations, but there are some outstanding that remain. When we ask for more information, we're told that they will look into it, but when we ask again, we're told the same. These violations have been in existence for many years. They include a house with an extension built directly on the marsh, a house with a 6-foot fence in the front yard, many homes with excessive cars parked across the entire front lawn, and some homes that have parked cars in their backyard too. Homes that have their back and front yards overflowing with junk, trash, and overflowing septic tanks. Many of these same houses are extremely noisy due to overcrowding and have loud parties. A commercial truck parked in one area of their yard for years, and then after violations were issued, merely moved it to another area of the yard, where it still sits today. The Tochi illegal sign complaints have been ongoing for almost a decade. Mr. Schneiderman, last time this was brought up before the board, you told us that you would work with the family to remove it.
That is true.
Safety on Route 24. We foiled the records along the Route 24 corridor from Riverside to Hampton Bays, and on average, there is an accident every single day. No one has responded to us about how to mitigate these problems and protect our residents who must travel the road every day. Also, we suggest that the speed limit be lowered to 30 miles per hour between the Oak Avenue light and Route 105, as there are multiple delis and a 7-Eleven there. This would allow people and their children to cross safely. There is also what we locals call the suicide lane. That's the lane that runs down the middle of Route 24 for turning wherever and whenever you want. Many people use this lane to go around the standstill traffic at 6 a.m., risking a head-on collision with someone innocently using the lane coming the other way. To address the slowdown along Long Neck Boulevard through Flanders in the morning rush hours, why not consider changing the light at Long Neck Boulevard to a trigger light? Needless to say, we need a traffic study for this high-volume corridor. There was one talked about, but we have no idea why it was never done or if it was done, what the results are. We implore each of you, as our elected representatives, to work with the powers that be to address this road for the safety of our residents. Overbuilt houses. Allowing larger homes on our small lots does not allow sufficient parking for the occupants. It overcrowds our schools and erodes our tax base. There are too many variances being approved despite opposition from the public. We also have a lot of short-term rental problems that need to be investigated. Resources need to be devoted to identifying these properties that are operating in violation of town code. CPF funds. There is currently over $200 million in the CPF fund. We implore you to have CPF review every single application submitted to the building department for new construction. Review real estate listings for vacant properties for sale in our neighborhood and to make an offer on these properties. This is needed to help preserve the East End and to protect our environment. And we are again requesting a sit-down meeting with our representatives to help resolve these issues.
So first of all, Lorraine, you can meet with me anytime. I think you know that. And then you have liaisons to that community that I've assigned.
I've reached out and I've
So,
emailed, but
you know,
I've
on
never
the
received
issue
one
of
response.
That's not true.
On the issue of the sign, I did, is it Susan Tucci?
I don't.
I did talk to her, that was a while ago. She said she wasn't planning on keeping the sign there much longer, but that was, I think, a couple of years ago at this point. I talked about maybe doing a little memorial garden somewhere nearby.
There are
that
two
she could
roadside
visit,
stops
but so
already.
I will reach back to her.
Thank you.
I know that she put some scripture language on it that made it qualify as a religious sign, and then we were not able to, enforce the sign code against it, but
I
I'll-
don't think that's correct.
Look, she's gonna be grieving for forever,
Right.
I understand that, but I'll reach out to her, and it's a difficult situation. If she's ready now, I've tried to create an alternative place. The other, the zoning board issuing variances, that's out beyond my control. CPF has been acquiring tremendous amount of land in your area.
But we still have this.
Tremendous. I mean, I get complaints from other people in that area, saying, stop taking land off the tax rolls. Particularly related to the ambulance tax and things like that, that is, out of proportion with other areas, because you don't have a lot of taxpayers to pay for those services. So, but particularly environmentally sensitive pieces along the water up in Riverside and Flanders. We're getting ready to build a catwalk out at the Reeves Bay property, the old Goodale house. And that should be a beautiful feature for that area. But, you can always meet with me, and I think that anybody on the town board would be happy to have a meeting with, in terms of that property, that was private property, the beach at the end of the street, end of Long Neck Boulevard. That was private property, and the county took it for tax default. When I was a legislator, we gave it to the town trustees, but now it's a public property. You can't keep the public entirely off of it.
We're not keeping the public off,
Okay.
we're asking for permits, the same as every other beach requires permits.
They have the
Just
same,
asking for the extension.
500 feet regulations that East Landing and all the other beaches have.
People, if they come by bike or by Uber or whatever, they still gotta use that beach. They
It's
would
not
have
that
somebody
far.
drop them off and they'll walk the 500 feet. In terms of the erosion control district, careful what you wish for. We can do it if you're gonna need tremendous amount of property owner support. It can be very expensive. The one in Bridgehampton, Sagaponic, they taxed themselves $25 million to put back the sand in front of their properties. It's worked out well, but
Well, we didn't cause the erosion, we think that it was
They
the
didn't either.
trustees that moved the sand or whatever, so.
they didn't either. But
maybe we could stop
those are erosion control districts or tax districts where the property owners pay to put the sand back. And it could be a good thing, but the property owners have to want it. We have 4 of them, I think, at this point, like North Sea Beach Colony. Not everybody wanted it there, but most of them wanted it. So if you're telling me that most of the people in that neighborhood want a tax district for sand, we can certainly explore it. It's a lot of work on our part.
Well, I guess we'd have to examine the sand loss and see what caused it, and see if we can prevent it from further eroding, but we have nobody that we really worked with. That's
Right.
the problem. We need an
I'm happy
engineer
to have
figure it
a
out.
meeting, and we can discuss whether it makes sense for you to do that,
Okay.
and start maybe figuring out, what it might cost each property owner.
Okay, and as far as putting a religious statement under a sign to avoid the sign code, I don't believe that anybody can put up any sign they want, just put a religious statement under it and avoids the town code on signs. Because if it did, the Indian reservation.
That's a lawyer
would
question,
would
but
just put that religious sign.
I'm a firm believer in free speech, though.
Free speech, absolutely, but, avoiding code for a reason, there's a code for a reason, and everybody has to follow it, including churches. When they put up a
Religious
sign at
signs
a
are
church,
exempt, whether that's truly a religious sign, I don't know, but
doesn't appear to be.
I.
Big old other message there.
All right.
But anyway, thank you very much for your time. Hopefully we'll schedule a meeting soon, summer.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, is Chris, Chris, you're still here, and then Tiffany, you're next. Chris Sheldon in the back, and followed by Tiffany Gavin in the front. Thank you all for your patience. I know I've allowed some speakers to go on a little bit.
I'm going to take them all from you.
Oh, it's gonna spread around.
No.
She stamps them in.
Thank you, Chris.
Clerk.
Okay, I didn't plan on talking about this, but what you need is a time machine. You go back to the 1950s. The town of Southampton was initiating zoning, and they could do resort zoning or second home zoning. They chose second home zoning, and that's what we have the issues for. My name is Chris Sheldon, resident of Wildwood Lake in Northampton. 28 years ago, in 1995, the town trustees needed access to Wildwood Lake. I know you're not the trustees, but there's a point to this. The New York State DEC had just won a court battle against the trustees that opened up the 70-acre lake to all 20 million New York State residents. Weekends would see 50-plus state voters crowded on the lake all at once. The trustees, in appealing the court decision, needed to show that the town had direct boat launching access to Wildwood Lake. The trustees approached the Northampton Homeowners Association to acquire the beach property. Election races for trustees and the supervisor and the council persons boasted pledges of support to create a new park at Wildwood Lake. Soon, millions of dollars were spent to acquire additional land and to draft plans for the future. Restrooms were built, parking put in place. Last month, in June 2023, this town board of Southampton conducted a public hearing to control the recent out-of-control, out-of-town invasion on this tiny town beach property. All who spoke at the hearing encouraged the town board to find a way to bring sanity and control. The town board voted for new beach parking rules. The town parks department set the signs for control. The town police enforced the parking rules. We trust the spillover parking onto adjacent residential side streets will soon be addressed. Note, this past Sunday at 5 p.m., we counted only 7 vehicles in the town lot, but we counted 91 vehicles crowding out residential streets. 300 plus or minus out-of-towners on this tiny beach all at once. Any talk of shutting down Wildwood Lake Beach would not end the invasion, and it would not solve the need for Flanders, Riverside, Northampton desiring its own beach. A citizens advisory group to assist the town is long overdue. We all know it will take time to turn this ship around. Steady leadership, focused attention, solutions found. 28 years ago, the town provided hope, promising a bathing facility for this often forgotten Northwest Quarter. We thank the town of Southampton for stepping up to the plate. The town and the folks who live here can now plan for the future. Suggestions: make the town permit-only parking 7 days a week, year-round. Expand the no parking tow-away zone along Lake Avenue, County Road 63. New sign, local residents and guests for the side streets. And finally, no music, no barbecue, no booze, no drugs, no smoking, no dogs. Just say no.
And no gas grills. We've been adding all those to the signs.
Yeah.
No barbecues, period, was added to the signs.
I
No
got tired
cooking
of
was
typing,
added.
but we can add a bunch of other things. Somebody said no tents. 'cause
It
they
was
were-
added, that's on the sign.
Oh, good.
All right, thank you, Chris.
And no hanky-panky.
Oh, well, that's a deal breaker. Thanks, Chris.
Free speech.
Thank you.
We need that for future generations. All right, Tiffany, you are next, followed by Joseph Velarde. So you?
53 Cliff Drive. I'm here representing an ongoing issue that has been presented to this board in 2020. The issues are still outstanding. In 1951, Bay Point subdivision was permitted by the town of Southampton, including a 470-foot by 20-foot canal. 1966, 65 Cliff Drive, Southampton trustees permitted the installation of a 3-foot high bulkhead. 2019, Wetland Conservation Advisory Report prepared by Martin Shea traded the bulkhead for a home improvement permit with the developer of that property. In 2019, the developer removed a 3-foot high bulkhead without obtaining requisite permits from town trustees, DEC, Department of State, and Army Corps of Engineers. Also, upon removal of the bulkhead, uncontrolled upland was released into the mouth of a tidal wetland canal adjacent to Sag Harbor Cove, stopping low tidal flow and navigation, building up through the entire 470-foot length of the canal, causing stagnation. In 2002, in February, we started communicating with every single entity, code enforcement, and Bay Constable in this town. 2000 Wetland Conservation Board, in 2020, February 12th, the Conservation Board, Martin Shea, deemed the activity on this property to be a type 2 action, saying that he recommended that the public hearing be waived. This is the first of 2 public hearings he waived. Even though we have letters from Shea of plans to change the ecotone and plans to make that residential property a beach. You need permits to change an ecotone. He doesn't have any.
Eco what?
Ecotone.
Ecotone.
Ecotone. You need
It's a line,
permits.
delineation between vegetation. To me.
Mr. Burke, you confirmed in writing to me that Shea and Wetlands did make that proposal to the developer, and it was confirmed by you that this was proposed. They did not have any permits. You were made aware of this. They acted without any requisite permits, removing a 3-foot high bulkhead that severely slopes towards a water canal at the mouth of a canal, touching Sag Harbor Cove. You could see how many residents have been harmed. We hired a team in 2020 of environmental consultants. They showed the cause and effect to prove what happened from this illegal removal, that it was presented to this town and ignored. 2022, after much arguing, Wetland Conservation Board unanimously reversed covenants and restrictions that they and Martin Shea put on that property. In July of 2022, the DEC issued an order on consent, 3 violations to 65 Cliff Drive and Sag Harbor developer, totaling $30,000 in fines, and an order to install a bulkhead to stop the erosion. They did not do any dredging. The trustees issued a permit to do a 12-foot wide reclamation dredge, the length of the 100-foot bulkhead, down to -1 foot mean low water. The developer sold the property without doing the dredging. The bulkhead that was installed is too low for the severely sloped property. So as the property continues to erode, over the low sill bulkhead, it was continuing to fill into the wetlands, into the canal. You need a code to increase, decrease, or alter a wetland. That was not obtained from the town. Method of volumetric analysis obtained in 2022 shows the volume of material that has migrated from 65 Cliff Drive. This plan was requested, Mr. Burke, when the only one time we were spoken to as the victims of this negative impact to the environment. We were told that the problem would go away with the installation. It didn't. This is what the mouth of the canal looks like. Martin Shea claimed in a private email that I've got through a FOIL to Ann Welker, saying that the mouth is wide enough and deep enough to navigate a medium-sized motorboat. What is the complainant complaining about? This is the mouth of the canal. Martin Shea also claims that there has been no change to the shoreline. There's been no change to the property with the exception of the installation of the in-ground pool. That was in an analysis report. I followed the property 9 times. This is Martin Shea standing on the change to shoreline, standing on the landslide he said doesn't exist. This was May 5th, 2021. The bulkhead that the DEC ordered to be installed was put in place this past October. Leaving this upland to fester, it increased the height, the width, and the depth of the shoal. We have lost depth of water. The surrounding shorelines have increased. This is the mouth of the canal. This is how we navigate our kayaks. No longer do we have the ability to navigate motorboats as we once did. That bulkhead was doing what it was designed to do. It was a functional bulkhead removed by a person that has no authority to make such a change. He has no jurisdiction, and nor does wetlands. Everyone in this town knew that this property was developed without any permits to touch that bulkhead. We have been begging for a response, and the response is now you're willing to go to court with us. The remediation is very simple. Dredge what you allow to enter into the canal.
5 minutes.
Could I have the 3 minutes for each year that I've been ignored?
No, but I'll give you another.
Thank you.
Finish your thoughts.
So this is the mouth of the canal. This is how we get into the Sag Harbor Cove. This is not a theoretical problem. This is a very real problem that has occurred by a town employee. The DEC is the only people that came through with a violation. The trustees do not have authority to issue violations. The town does. Why didn't you step in and issue a violation to the developer? You're ignoring this. Allow this developer go to a profit, sell this property, and leave this behind. This volume calculation report, we were asked by Mr. Burke, who sat next to the developer's attorney. I don't know why everyone's so comfortable sitting with the perpetrators when the victims are ignored. But I sat across from the outside counsel being obtained by the town, Mr. Burke, and the developer's attorney saying, give us a calculation, give us a cubic yardage that needs to be removed. We provided more than that. We have hydro, topos, fiber core samples. Everything that needs to be understood has been provided in not one, but 2 reports, very clear and concise, both ignored. We're going to court. What is the position of the town? The position is you're opposing people that are victims. Your position is you're defending Martin Shea acting rogue. You're defending that we don't need permits in the town of Southampton. Are you defending that you could cause any type of environmental harm? That's what you're saying by opposing the victims of this. We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to do the right thing, to prove, to get the environment, to get a water flow back. We have no tidal flow. You have the littoral drifts bringing material from,
Tiffany, you're gonna have to finish up.
you know what? I want this finished up,
You
sir.
can have my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm next, and he's next. We're neighbors. I live right next door to this
Yeah,
property.
she's already had 10 minutes, so
Okay, so
I'm asking you to finish up.
I will finish up. I want answers. I want to understand why you have a fiduciary responsibility to protect finances of the taxpayers. I'm spending my money, I'm spending my tax-paying money to pay for the defense against me. And I'm harmed. Why are you so willing to ignore the harm to the environment? You should be representing more than the seats that you want to sit in. You say you care about the environment. This is not caring about the environment. Mr. Schiavone, in 2020, your words to me were, you were watching this area degrade for years. And instead of taking care of something in the town of Southampton that you were watching break down, you let Martin Shea dump on it.
My
Without
words
a permit.
indicated the littoral drift from Long Beach on the west, on the eastern side of Long Beach, and saying that the shoal that came from the other side was significant. And I did say that in the meeting when the first time you came here, and showed aerial photos saying that, hey, look, I understand. I've also watched the trustee meetings. I believe 40 yards was what the trustees came up with. But
No, that's
you know
not what the trustees
Like,
came up with. We're not going to say erroneous numbers.
However,
That's what we're not going to do.
I am
1,600
very
yards.
familiar with that canal over the years. So
Okay, well, thank you for keeping an eye on the degradation. So right now, what we
don't
have.
put words in my mouth.
I'm
That
not, I'm.
has been compromised for years, and I know the
It was the
situation
town
then
board's
and now.
responsibility to take care of that shoal,
I'd
and you
like to see
ignored
the
it.
volume reports. If
Okay.
you can present me the
So-
copies of the volume
We-
reports.
Mr.
Meanwhile,
Burke
Jim,
has
this is now subject of litigation?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. And it's actually, the dredging is under the review of
Then
the
I'm-
DEC right now, so
Then I'm
there's really.
restricted to respond, so it's gonna be lawyer to lawyer, unfortunately, but I'll take a copy of the report.
Thank you.
All right,
Don't be that quick.
okay, Joseph Velarde, and Joe is followed by Robert McHugh.
Joe Velarde, 53 Cliff Drive. So I can't recite the facts and details as Tiffany can. She's our leader and has all the facts memorized and has the documents to back it up. What truly amazes me is how the town of Southampton is handling this issue. I think even by the brief summary Tiffany just presented, it is clear that the landslide was caused due to a trade deal for a pool and by the actions of 65 Cliff Construction, and most importantly, by the mistakes and mishandling by the town permitting agencies. But I feel the question at hand is, why does the town, I believe knowing they are at fault, let this continue to the point of a lawsuit? We've heard various reasons from reliable sources within the town as to why. Here are a few of them. Marty Shea needs a win. Well, he lost the battle. The DEC already issued fines and mandated the bulkhead to be replaced. Here's another. Sometimes we need to make the tough decisions. I ask, even if this tough decision is going to destroy the environment? Here's another. If the town pushes back long enough, they will bog us down until we run out of money and we give up. Well, I'm here today to tell you that my neighbors and I have the facts on our side, and we have the determination and the finances to see this through to the end. It's just a shame that the town of Southampton feels the need to fight the victims, wasting taxpayer money on a case I think they already know they will lose, instead of just coming to the table and figuring out a way to correct the issues. This is a very short-sighted stance from the town of Southampton. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so Robert.
Robert McHugh, 59 Cliff Drive.
Mr. Defoe, I understand what you said about the lateral drift from the west side. I'm just still trying to figure out, I mentioned this at a trustee meeting way back, how you're not defending that a bulkhead was removed at the mouth of a canal. You don't have to be a biologist. It's pretty common sense, right? So I get your side. You're going to say it's drifting east. You know, I don't understand. The
There was a
bulkhead
point
was
that I made in
removed from the
2020.
mouth of a
We're
canal.
being sued, so.
What's that? Yeah, it's just,
Okay.
just to counter that.
There's a notice of claim that was filed. There's no-
Notice of claim.
Yeah, I'm not, but understood.
There's no deposition.
There's no denying that removing the bulkhead on the east side is going to compound this 5 times over. We have an issue there. I still don't know how one guy, I guess, one man was able to remove a bulkhead at the mouth of a canal. There's no public hearing, nobody, I don't understand that. I've been out there 60 years. That bulkhead has served a purpose. My family built the house. It always served a purpose there. To remove it, it baffles me.
But there's a bulkhead, a low silt bulkhead that has been put there now.
Well, it was removed and then ordered to be put back, I believe, right?
Oh, but it's not back yet?
Yes, it is.
No, it is.
And that's
Tiffany
low
has
tide-
more
is that a low
pictures
tide
of-
or high tide?
This is the low silt
Extremely
bulkhead,
low tide,
and they had
sure.
to install the silt fence. That's what's holding back the sand from the upland at this point, because the low silt bulkhead is too low for the severely sloped property. So after they installed this low silt bulkhead, the DCE had to come back and put the plastic barrier in to stop. So if you look on the north corner, you will see about 16 inches of sand
But
being
no
held back.
sand has been removed from the channel?
No.
No, it's only
There was-
built
there
up.
was-
It's
That's
only
not true. But there was 38 cubic yards ordered.
No one could hear you.
Sorry.
Well, they should be able to hear from these mics.
So there, by the DEC, one of the orders on the DEC order on consent was they had to remove 38 cubic yards, that's where you got that number, and they had to use that material to throw it behind the bulkhead to give it, to line it up with the bulkhead. And one other of the violations, they had to put in plantings. The plantings are put in as a measure to stop the erosion. So the theory is, once these plants take root, it will stop the sand from entering into the canal. The problem is...
Was 38 yards put back?
The 38 yards was thrown back, side-casted back on the property. That's all that was removed. It did not make a dent at all into the situation. So it did not change the problem. So the question you were asking is, they put the plantings in, and they have the obligation be put on them by the DEC to keep those plantings, 85% of them, alive for 5 planting seasons. Within 2 weeks, the erosion from the property and the littoral drifts wiped them all out. And they were at the end of the canal, where they stay.
And the plants didn't survive.
The plants, they won't survive. It's sand. It's,
Okay, well-
it's sand. So it's not going to have the opportunity because of the littoral drift
Correct
and the
plant-
erosion.
Certain plants do fine in sand, but, all right, thank you, Tiffany.
Yes.
Um,
Here's this other picture.
Is that low tide or high tide?
This is low tide.
Low tide. All right, thank you.
So the
And
shoal.
those two pictures are the same location. I can
This is
see
the
them
mouth.
from where you were.
Yeah, this is the mouth of the canal.
And
This is also
where
the
Mr.
mouth.
Shea is standing,
That's the landslide from 65.
No, I understand.
Yes.
When
And
was
the
that
water,
picture?
the inlet in front of him, that must be at higher tide.
That's at a little bit of higher tide, yes.
Okay.
What year was that picture? Oh,
Of Mr. Shea,
Yeah, 21.
2021.
And what year was the bulkhead removed?
October 24th, 2019.
Okay.
Ironically, it was put back on the DEC violation order on October 24th, 2022, almost 3 years to the day.
Okay. All right, so next up, let's see, who just spoke? That was Robert who spoke? Yeah.
Yes.
So I got, is it Alan?
Arlen,
Arlen?
yes,
Arlen Brody?
yes.
Yeah, right, I thought she, told me the time already.
You seated her 3 minutes.
Arlen Brody. I'm one of the owners, my husband and I, of 61 Cliff Drive. So they saved the best for last. So, Miss McNamara, my hair was your color when this all started. That's how long we've been trying to fight to get our flowing water back. When my grandsons were young, there were piss clams in the canal, there were mussel beds, there were fish swimming in and out. It's dead now. It's completely dead. There is no more mussel beds. People don't even come and clam near us anymore. It's smelly. I'm there 30 years. I'm in Sag Harbor for over 40 years. At this particular house for 30 years. We used to have a boat going in and out. My husband is disabled. It was the only way he was able to enjoy the water. Can't do it anymore. Tiffany's a wonderful spokesperson for this group. But I'm telling you, as a homeowner, my husband had a fabulous idea. He's a retired architect. He said to have some sort of way to end this lawsuit. We will put our life savings into dredging. We will pay for the dredging of this canal, but take it off our taxes until we're paid back. Because I'm paying money for something that's no longer there. I'm still paying for waterfront property. I have none. I'm paying for whatever. Your people are getting, the town is getting the benefit of that. I'm saying we will all get together. We'll put our life savings into dredging that canal. It means that much to me to see live mussels again and see fish swimming again. They were trying to use us as one of the experiments for oyster beds to clean up the whole feces that's in the whole little Noyak Bay. Can't do that anymore. I'll pay for it. I'm a retired New York City elementary school principal. I'll pay for it. But take it off my taxes. That's, I think, a very fair compromise, and I think all my neighbors will agree to it. And I know how much it's going to cost. We've priced out dredging. Now the town trustees are willing for my husband and I to put a bulkhead in. Bulkhead for what? We don't even have water anymore. Tiffany paid for a bulkhead on her property. Vito next door paid for a bulkhead on their property. I'd rather take that money. I'll pay for dredging. Get me a location to put the dirty soil. I know that costs also. But don't charge me taxes for something I no longer have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I got Jock Comer next, followed by Joanna Halsey.
I think there's some people online, though.
Oh, yeah, there's people, George
Waiting.
Coolatidis.
I'm doing those who are here first, and then we'll go online.
Oh, on the same matter?
It's any matter. This
Oh,
is
it's-
public
This is
portion.
public
This
portion.
is-
Forgot, sorry.
Hi, folks.
Okay,
Tough room. My name is Jock Comer. I've been here before. I
you
guess I'll
had
be
a
here.
branch with you one time, didn't- was that you? No, somebody else.
No.
Oh, okay.
I've also had the ability to talk to some of the town officials. I very much appreciate that. Kristen was, very forthright in talking to me about the problems at Wildwood Park. I just want to read something for you from your very own brochure. It's Parks and Beach Ordinances. I think that's you guys on the front there. Rules for facility use permits for town beaches, beach parties and gatherings. And it is the town of Southampton's goal to encourage our residents and taxpayers to enjoy beach access areas as much as possible. However, this use must be controlled in order to ensure that our resources are properly protected. That's the way this thing starts. And then under the guidelines, it says permits will be issued only to town residents and taxpayers 18 years and older. Proof of residency and age is required. I mean, that's just what a lot of towns do. Village of West Hampton Beach, you can't get into Rogers Beach without a permit. I mean, and that's for the villagers. That's the folks that are in that village. Cedar Beach, having a problem now in town of Southold. And so they're gonna go to more stringent regulations as well. So to me, it's a lot like some of the other problems that have been discussed tonight. The population pressures we're experiencing on the East End are enormous. You know, as big as anybody has faced out here, probably, you know, in 100 years. And they're not gonna get smaller. These kinds of changes are gonna continue. And so you're charged with how to assess permits and make sure that things are dredged in the right place or protected in the right place. You're charged with protecting open space. You're charged with allowing access to people that are here in the town. And I know you're trying. The attempts you've made so far this year, I thought were quite good, but it's not nearly enough. The parking situation on Lake Avenue, the degradation week after week. Ask the parks folks that have to clean up. The degradation week after week of the overuse of this beautiful pond. I mean, it's gonna detract from everybody's values. It's gonna detract from the value of the resource itself, which to me was always huge. For years before I actually bought a house on Topping Drive, I brought students to Wildwood Lake, and I told them this is the gem. This is Southampton Town's gem. They'd never seen it before. They didn't have any idea that there was such a beautiful spot. Most of those kids were Southampton Town residents. You know, some Brookhaven, whatever. So I impressed upon them the fact that these are things that are just awesome, and they're connected. And we're connected to those things. We have to be connected to those things. I know that there's problems of cross-jurisdiction, whether it's the DEC and New York State's responsibility, or whether it's the county road that doesn't have parking restrictions on it. I mean, I talked to your PD officers that were there this weekend, and they basically threw up their hands and said, listen, we're warning people about what we can warn them about. We're, you know, checking cars for stickers, but we don't have any jurisdiction on that road, and there's no signage. So you have to solve a number of different things. The first thing is you have to solve your view of our open spaces, and most notably, and once again, I appreciate it, Rick, most notably in a somewhat forgotten backwater of Southampton Town, a beautiful backwater. But you have to actually solve some of those jurisdictional boundaries by getting different, you know, enforcement agencies to actually help you out. I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It seems like something you should be able to ask for. Also, if you can post the parking regulations or change the parking regulations on Lake Avenue, then, you know, maybe you buy some time. Maybe it pushes things a little bit down the road. Seems like these folks are willing to walk an awful long way to get some cool relief on a hot day, and I get that. Access is so important, but legitimate access, permitted access, you know, paid for access. Heck, make some money on the beach, but run it as a real beach. Do something kind of unique. I mean, the parking restrictions that were there before, they were not effective at all. These parking restrictions, oddly enough, are worse, which is weird, but it's worse. It's worse, and it needs to be
I was
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
solved.
concerned about that.
So I'm going to chide you a little bit, and I know you tried. I know you guys tried a lot, and you have a lot to listen to. I appreciate that. And I'll finish up real quick, Sunday. Sorry, I went over my 3 minutes, I'm sure.
I stopped
Time is a
finding
long time,
anybody a
I know.
long time ago.
And my apologies for holding you folks up. I know you have an important message to convey. But it's such a lost opportunity that you guys don't just own the whole facility and run it as a town facility. And I know that ship has sort of sailed, but maybe reach out to these folks. And, you know, maybe the assessment changes. Because are they actually going to be able to build a church there? I mean, come on. There's not going to be sufficient parking. I mean, make a deal with these folks. Reach out to them and do something with this resource, with this gem, while it is still the swimmable lake on the East End in this part of Southampton Town, while it is still, you know, one of the only swimmable lakes on Long Island. I mean, it's it's a great place. It really is. And we're just looking to help protect it. And that's really what it is. It's got to be a joint solution. It can't just be you guys saying, yeah, we're going to change the parking. It's got to be us forming some kind of citizens advisory group or something and helping you. And we're definitely willing to help. And I'll be back again if I need to be, but I really hate coming here and chiding you guys.
Thanks.
So, keep in mind that when we spoke the very first time, we said there were certain steps we had to do, just like we did along the other beaches. So we did make sure that the parking regulations, Jim was there, Cindy was there, I was there, PD was there, Marine Patrol was there, some of the neighbors, and
Parks
Kristen
Director,
Doulos
CPA.
had come. And one of the first things we worried about was, can we actually ticket? We found out we can. So the spots now are not filling up. 7 cars out of 20-some odd spots, they've gone out on the road. Our next step, and we're reviewing this right now, is making Lake Avenue and around it, the ones that we have jurisdiction over, to make them no parking. Like you say, it's gonna push them a little bit further away. This weekend alone, I saw pictures of them boating across in little blow-up rafts from the DEC launch. So yes, we've reached out to Suffolk County to see if they'll help us. The PD cannot write the tickets if it's not, the
Understood.
signage is not correct, so we're working on that.
Yeah.
I mean, we're hitting every avenue we can.
Right.
It's just, it takes time, especially to get the county on board.
I feel like you
But-
guys are playing whack-a-mole.
No, but we knew that the parking wasn't gonna solve it. I mean, we knew it wasn't gonna solve it, but you had to start somewhere. And you had to see, okay, if you do the parking, where does that, like the supervisor was saying, where does it go to? And now we're seeing where it goes to, and now we need to address those problems. Is it ultimately putting an attendant at that beach? And
That's a tough one.
it's also,
I
get somebody.
talked to Kirsten about that, and she said, do you want to put a 16-year-old kid there?
Yeah, there's no way one's gonna do it, it's gonna be a minimum of 3. So I
But
talked
if
to
you
Code
did something
today.
like that,
With backup.
starting right away, on the season, and people actually had to, show their license and prove that they lived in the town or pay a non-resident fee. If you did that for a little while, honestly, it would calm it down quite a bit.
But we don't have those restrictions at other beaches. If you get dropped off at Ponquag and you don't live here, you can come in.
You can ride your bike there.
You know.
I think if we get the parking situation worked out, I really do think it's gonna become such a hassle to get there and to get everybody there that you wanna be there with, that it's gonna be residents.
I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
And I
And if you
appreciate
look on my
you
desk-
listening. I
If
really
you look
do.
on my desk, there's a huge map of Wildwood, and I'm trying to see who has jurisdiction over what, so that we can get the DEC involved. And there are other town properties around the lake that, as we move them down the road, you can already see trails are starting, and that's where they're tubing and coming to the same beach. So we're trying to get all that. Code is offered to help us. We know that the park closes at 9 o'clock. We've had added enforcement, that too. So we're doing everything we can. We just gotta go through all the steps.
Yeah, and definitely
Yeah.
look at this in the most forward-thinking way you can, because these population pressures are not going to ease up. It's going to be worse, and this is going to be a more populated part of the town as it continues to sort of fill up and fill in.
Yeah.
So, great first steps. Keep up the steps. We really need the help, and we're all trying to work towards the same solution, which is the good governance of this area and also the protection of these resources. It's really key to all of us, honestly. And
I think-
you guys should spend more time at Wildwood Lake when you're not on the job. Just come over there and just hang out with us.
Actually, I like to kayak there, it's really.
Yeah. Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you. All right, Joanna Halsey, thank you for your patience, Joanna.
I'm exhausted. These have all been so great. I've really enjoyed listening to you. Okay, I'm here tonight because I honestly don't know where else to go or who to talk to. My family and I live and farm in Watermill. We own and operate the Green Thumb Organic Farm Stand and run several CSAs, Community Supportive Agriculture. One of our fields is a 6-acre parcel on Crescent Avenue. We've been farming it for over 100 years. Crescent is a quiet, delightful country road with no traffic, a dead-end street ending at Mecox Bay. About 5 years ago, we installed deer fencing around the property. Unbeknownst to us, and unfortunately, one stretch of the fence is on town property. fast forward. In early May 2023, we received a letter from Mr. McArdle, and we're informed that we had until May 30th, the year 2003, to move the fence, or the town would remove it. My nephew Ray spoke to Sean McDermott, David Wilcox, Cindy McNamara, as well as Mr. McArdle, to try to understand the situation. Through all those conversations, it was determined that we had several months and up until December to get the work done. We requested a new survey from Squires and Holden. They needed 6 weeks. I've received another threatening letter on July 21st, demanding that it be taken care of by July 24th. What's that, 2 days to tear down a fence? May I remind you, this is summer, we are farmers, this is now a hardship. At one point, Mr. McArdle agreed to wait until after our growing season ended. We have fencing guys lined up, it's just a matter of when it's convenient for them to come here. When did such a disconnect happen between a farmer and his community? All this just makes me incredibly sad. Questions. What's the urgency? What's the plan for this road? Bike lane on both sides? How much will this project cost the taxpayers? My understanding is when something is happening in a hamlet, the CAC is notified. If that had happened at Rose Hill Road, it would be a totally different outcome. I'd also like to say just 2 more things. I've spoken to several bikers who think the project is a waste of time and our money. Many people mentioned potholes throughout the town, and we're not interested in a bike path to a dead end. That's all I've got. Any questions? I'm not here about Rose Hill Road. Another day.
I called.
It sounds like the fence,
Go ahead.
it sounds like the fence encroaches in the town right away, and
Correct. And
a portion of
like I
it's on the
said,
town right away?
It is, and
Okay.
like I said, in probably another community, they would say, wow, an organic farm, you're feeding people, let's just leave it alone, because it really doesn't bother anybody, it's not in anyone's way, but the town is determined to get it back, the little strip of land, and put a bike path there, or I don't know, sidewalk, I don't know what they're doing. They
No
won't even tell
sidewalk.
us. I keep asking him, like, what's the plan? And he doesn't say
I
anything.
think there's a bike lane, I don't know if it's on both sides of the road, John, or just one.
Is that Charlie?
Oh, I'll tell you what,
Yeah, it's
I don't think it
Charlie,
can
yeah.
be on the other side because there are all the
It's-
trees, all the
It's the
people
highway
that have the high
superintendent.
hedges, now they have trees right next to the road. So for them to tear down the trees, you know that's not gonna happen. I don't want them to.
It's a very narrow street, right? So
Yeah, it's a
very,
great,
like, even
it's a
for like
country road.
a car to go in both directions, you almost have to pull over into the shoulder, so.
Yeah,
So
even
my
if-
guess is that there's a lot, I know Superintendent McArdle's planning on repaving that road pretty soon. In fact, it's just something
It's in
crossed my desk.
August. We're not gonna have the deer fence down. If he tears down that deer fence, so many deer will come into that field. I can't even tell you.
So I called Ray this afternoon after we spoke. I
Thank
called,
you.
I spoke to Ray. I called and got clarification on the fence. So everybody knows, this was not done intentionally. Sean McDermott looked at this, everything was done properly, everything was permitted. There was something and ironically enough, Squires and Holden did your survey and did the town survey where it says it's in the right of way. So there was some miscalculation when the fence was put in. I think it's 12 feet on one end and 6 feet on the other. I did get an update today that you can leave that fence up until the end of the growing season.
Great.
Well, that's
Thank you,
good.
Cindy.
So I know it's
Okay.
not what you were hoping for, but
No, but it's better
you don't have to
than-
rip it down in the middle of the season.
Yeah, that would have been
And now,
insane.
does Charlie only need it taken down for the
Charlie
equipment?
doesn't, from what I understand, Charlie doesn't need it taken down for, it's not gonna impede on doing the
They can
paving
do
or the
road
right of way,
work
they can do it.
Without the trucks, excavators hitting the
That's,
sofa?
So what is the plan, though? If we have to move back, what's the plan if he's going to do the work now?
I think from what he told me, that basically once he has that survey done and it shows that you're in the town right away, either they have to notify you to move it out of the town right away, or it just becomes a conflict further down the line.
This is not a new, I mean, Dune Road was just done, and there were a lot of people who were really
But we're
upset.
farming it, Jay. It's not like,
A lot of people were very upset about Dune Road, but I think now they've come around and said, because they lost a lot of vegetation, because he added a bike lane.
and that is a great spot to bike ride. I agree, like that is Dune Road.
I think everywhere he's
awesome.
paving, he's trying to add bike lanes, which is, I applaud and
Well,
one level.
where's it going to go? I mean, you got one dead end, Mecox Bay, you go by the barn property, and then where does
No, it just goes to the end of the street, which a lot of people like to just park there and have their lunch and hang out.
goes to the end of the, no, but I mean, on
Crescent.
the
Crescent's a
north
dead end.
side.
Crescent's a dead end.
But on the other side, where does, there are trees.
No, but I think to Joanna's, to her statement here is, it's basically like, why did they have to move their fence for agriculture out of the town right away, where there's giant trees in the town right away on the other side of the street that nobody's making anybody move?
And even on the same side.
Are they in the right of way, of the trees?
Yeah, because they're,
The hedge is on the property line. The
Yeah.
trees are outside in the right of way, so.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's kind of like, what's good for
Charlie's
one should be
fairly
good
equal-
for everyone.
She's pretty much an equal opportunity landscape remover, though. That's at least been my experience, so.
okay, so.
I understand your
Thank you.
frustration.
And,
So
but
Rick is
Charlie
the
wouldn't even
liaison-
talk to me the last time I tried to talk to him, he hung up on me, so
Rick can help you. Rick is the liaison to the highway
Oh,
department.
you are?
I will try to get the plan, and we'll get your number from Cindy and
Okay.
Yeah.
sit down and find out.
Appreciate that.
And
But you
Christine.
can at least know that you can stay there till after
Yeah,
the season.
and Christine's been working
That's great.
with Joanna too.
And that was Christine who told me that today.
Christine's been talking to Charlie, and so, yeah, if he has to do something, we'll try to minimize it as much as possible, so
Thank
you
you,
don't.
I really
I mean, they know
appreciate
how
it.
important the square footage is for the
I
farm. you
know.
It's like,
God
be
bless
ashamed to
you.
lose anything.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, well.
Good
you.
night.
Good
Thanks,
night.
Joanne. Thank you for your patience. All right, that's the last card I have, but I know we have more people here who didn't fill out cards perhaps, but let's go to our online audience. And then after that, I can come back and if somebody hasn't spoken. All right, so if you are watching this from your home computer and you wish to be heard, click the raise hand icon and we'll bring you in, and we have somebody coming in right now. Welcome. Make sure you're unmuted,
You guys hear me?
and we can't hear you yet. Try now.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Thank you. My name's Andrew Roof. I'm a resident of Mill Farm Diamond Court. And sorry for the late hour. I'm sure you guys are tired as well. I'll try and be concise, but I definitely want to address some of the comments earlier and obviously some of the issues that we've been facing. We've often had a traffic problem over the years in the community, and it's been bad. But as times change, things develop and new technologies come into play. And with Google and Waze, what was bad but somewhat tolerable has become intolerable. And we now have, as the town engineer told you on his visit, 250 cars an hour down our street. And honestly, that's probably low from what we've been seeing. We've got young people, we've got elderly people, we have suburban residential street that is not a double-lined highway. It is not a double-lined back road. This was a subdivision that was put in there that is now being abused, and it actually, listening to all the other speakers, it seems like there's a common theme. The town and the area seems to be reaching a breaking point in a lot of different ways, and we're looking to you as our leaders, as our town board, for help. And I've spoken to a bunch of you over the years about this, and with not a tremendous amount of success. And I understand you guys have quite a few things to deal with. I understand there are quite a few other neighborhoods that are also dealing with this issue. And I think at this point in time, just saying, well, there's traffic everywhere, there's nothing we can do. That's not a satisfactory response from our elected leaders. We need help, we need assistance. Someone's going to be killed. The speed with which these drivers are ripping down our streets is a clear and present danger to all of us. People are afraid to go outside. This is just about leaving your driveway. This is about enjoying your home. And we as taxpayers, I really don't care if someone's been on our community for their entire lives or generations, or someone moved here yesterday. They're a taxpayer. They're entitled to enjoy and experience the beauty that surrounds us. And we're not able to do that right now with the way things are. So we've reached out to the police chief, and we fully respect and understand that they are stretched thin enough, and there's no way they can place someone at that corner to enforce the restriction that is there. We've tried to speak with the town engineer. He's been very helpful in doing that traffic study and listening and hopefully coming up with some other proposals that can assist us. And we're asking you for your help. And we're also asking other neighborhoods out there that have these problems, please get in touch with us, because a bunch of other people have already reached out to us and told us they have similar problems, and we need a response from the town board. It's at a breaking point, and it's beyond the breaking point, and we need help, and we need assistance, and you can't simply just ignore it and wait for someone to be killed. Town Line Road, an 11-year-old kid was riding his bike last year, was killed, and I'm sure that, there was an accident the other day I heard about. We had an accident on Flying Point already this year where a family car was totaled, and thankfully everybody was okay. But this is a beyond intolerable situation, and we're asking for your assistance. I'm not an engineer. I wouldn't proclaim to have the solution, but just saying, well, it's bad everywhere, good luck, doesn't work for us. We've got 50 families on our block. We've got over 90% support for doing something actively with the town. The community's angry, the community's upset, the community feels threatened, and we've asked, and we're going to continue to ask, and we're going to continue to bring others into our umbrella to try and solve this problem with you. So I ask you, please, come visit us, come any weekday and see what's going on there. This is not saving anyone any time. This is not doing anything but exacerbating the traffic at Seven Ponds, at that stop sign down there, and making the situation worse for everybody. It's not relieving anything. And we would ask for help, and we're begging you, we're imploring you, please help us solve this problem before someone's injured seriously or killed. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Charlie, you have more, I'm sure.
Yes.
We're still seeing Andrew here.
I'm not supposed to sit for 43 hours.
3 hours? It's almost 4.
Hi, are you calling on me to speak? This is Sharon Frost.
Sure.
Sharon, I hear you, I don't see you yet, but.
Oh, there I am.
There you are.
Hi, my name is Sharon Frost. I am the past president of the Hampton West Residents Association. I'm speaking on behalf of the association because our current president is out of the country. We have been around for several decades, and I am proud of our diversity and positive changes that have occurred here. We are unified in seeking a secure and attractive community. There is, however, exasperation with the fact that we are deemed invisible by the town of Southampton. This is especially true with regard to the upcoming sale of the adjacent Coast Guard housing site. We have a direct stake in whatever happens to that 14-acre site. And yet the town has never kept us abreast of their plans, should the town acquire the property. what happened to transparency? It's not like you don't know who we are. The Southampton press has kept us more informed than our elected officials.
All right, thank you, Sharon.
You're welcome.
All right, Charlie, who is next?
Just one more.
Hi, my name is George Calatides. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Hi, George, yep.
Good evening, and thanks all for your time. I know it's been a long time for all of you up there at the podium. Tiffany and my neighbors, I think, do a wonderful job gathering the facts and identifying the damage to the environment, which is all consequential and all important. But I think it's important for all of us to work in partnership here to rectify the damage to the environment and rectify the damage to the value of the homeowners along the canal. And that really gets to the root, I think, of the situation here. And I don't say this in an accusatory way. It doesn't matter, it is what it is. But an old Sag Harbor home was purchased for $1.8 million or $2 million. It was knocked down by developers. They made a trade with Marty Shea. The facts demonstrate that that trade was not appropriate, that permits weren't pulled, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All those facts will be identified at court. But the homeowner, the new homeowner, the builder, got what they wanted. They knocked it down, they got a pool, they got a bigger house, they turned around and sold that house for $5 or $6 million. That house is now for sale for $8.75 million. Look, that's good for me. That house happens to sit next to mine, it'll improve the value of my house. I'm not actually on the canal, but I'm negatively affected by the canal, largely because of the smell, the mosquitoes, and the lack of the piss clams and the other fish and wildlife that we used to enjoy there. So all those facts are going to come out, but it comes down to money. And the developer got what they want, the new homeowner got what they want, and the future homeowner will get what they want. This can be very easily rectified such that the value is returned to the other homeowners on the canal and such that the environment is returned to the way it was so that it can be navigable, so that we can have shellfish there. And that's very simple. Just approve the dredging and make the homeowner that knocked out those bulkheads without permission pay for the dredging. This property has gone from $1.8 million of value without permits, with some shady deal done by Marty, to now on the market for $8.75 million. Who cares if Marty had permission? Who cares if the permits were pulled? Just put it back the way it was. And none of us need to fight about it. We can look at the photos, we can look at the facts, we can look at the aerial surveys, we can look at the core samples, we can make the specious argument that the eastern side of Long Beach is drifting. Maybe it is or isn't, but that's tantamount to me saying, well, if you poke me, I'm going to punch you in the face. Even if that was drifting, the fact of the matter is the bulkhead was illegally removed. So it's time we all got on the same page. It's time that we stop trying to refute facts. No permits, no right to do what they did. The bulkhead was removed. It's great, a low sill bulkhead was put back in. We all said that wasn't going to work. Why? Because it's too low, and when they dredged the minimal 38 cubic yards they did and dumped it behind the bulkhead, there's an extreme slope there. It all went back in, right? And all the plantings went in with it. So we just need to fix this properly. Everybody will have gotten what they wanted. Everyone will get what they wanted. $1.8 million house is now worth almost $9 million. We want our canal back. We don't care about the violations, we don't care about that. We want the environment to return to be what it was. And it seems pretty simple. Nobody's refuting any of these facts.
All right, thank you,
Let's
sir.
just agree and go attack it and get the canal back the way it was.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie, anyone else?
That's it.
has spoken who wanted to
I
speak?
got one more.
Okay. We're not gonna do a second round here, but if somebody hasn't spoken, who wanted to speak, Yeah, no,
One
there
more
was-
guy, but
Yeah.
he's disabled, and I think that'll put him to bed.
yeah, there's somebody coming in.
We have one more.
Yes.
So the neighbor directly next to us is a quadriplegic. He has 24-hour care. He wanted to speak, but they had to put him to bed.
Okay,
So he shares the same sentiment that we're all sharing.
okay, but now this person has our ear.
Yes.
Sir, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yeah, what is your name, sir?
Yeah, Bill Fox. I also live on Mill Farm Lane.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you all. We really appreciate what you all do, and we understand it's a late hour. I just wanted to confirm also what Andrew said a few minutes ago. I don't need to repeat everything, obviously. I think you heard it. But we would like to come and visit. The hours of 6 to 8 are really the tip of the iceberg. And the traffic is not just the volume, it's the speed. It continues to 10, 10:30, 11 a.m. That 300, 400 cars that Tom was talking about, they come onto Diamond, they come onto Mill Farm, they hit very high speed. Why do they hit high speed? Because they're racing to beat the queue of the Upper Ponds lineup. Everybody thinks they can beat the queue. You should see these guys go, all right? It's dangerous. And the reason why we haven't had as many accidents as we would have expected is because our neighbors are afraid to walk in the morning. They're afraid to walk their dogs, they're afraid to walk with their children. It is dangerous. So we appreciate that you're paying attention to this. We really would like you to come and see it, and we really hope that we can come to a solution. And I thank you for all the help that you do provide for the town. We know you have big jobs.
Thank you.
One more.
Thank you.
Good evening. I know, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. My name is Catherine Littlefield. I am part of the Mill Farm Flying Point Diamond Court group, and I support what Mr. Fox has put together and Andrew Rook. And obviously, the town had recognized Seven Ponds at Waterville was developed and signage was approved to slow those hours. Now, time has moved forward, more people have come to our community, and as Andrew pointed out, we are now a spot on Waze known as a shortcut if you need to get bypass to Seven Ponds Road. So during the train parade in the morning, the cut-through becomes an easy roadway for trucks and not local people to cut through, mostly trucks, construction trucks, and they're frustrated. And, society has changed in 20 years. The sociologists will tell us that COVID has done a lot to change personalities. So now when they're frustrated on 27 and they're frustrated on all the other roads, a shortcut to a quiet community seems like a really good option. But instead of respecting that and at least going more slowly to accommodate human beings, even though we have signs that say children at play, they ignore that. I came to eyeball to eyeball with a fresh direct truck one morning, just trying to make a right turn, and they were making their turn to get to Seven Ponds Road. And each morning I leave to take classes at SYS, I can't get there. I can't get out of my driveway, and I have to wait online to get to Seven Ponds Road. And now I have to use North Sea Makeups, which is even another story. So we have gotten together, as you're aware, and Tom has met with us a couple of times and has proposed certain solutions. We have requested putting a gate and closing it off permanently, but that seemed to have some objections, and so a second plan was suggested. So there would be a half gate, so that people who lived on Diamond Court could exit, but there could be no one coming in to use it as a bypass area. So these were some of the, excuse me, compromise solutions that we worked out with Tom that we can't seem to get off the ground. Sunday, the other morning, Mr. McCarter appeared with cones and blocked the street. And we were wondering where all the people went. And it was very helpful for us to be able to leave our community. So I don't know what the plan is, because years ago, when the sign went up, there was no enforcement. There was no traffic cam who would click and send you a ticket. But I would imagine that 125 cars an hour would generate a lot of revenue and generate also a lot of bad press for the town. So maybe the traffic cam could just send you a notice, hey, you violated something. There has to be some type of practical solution that involves accountability and enforcement. So maybe that could be an approach, but another approach is what Tom has sketched out, a possible gate. We do invite you to come and see, as we invited Tom to come and see, and we thank you very much for listening. The town board has been very helpful to us in our other project, and I just would like to ask you, do you have any feedback that you might give us right now?
Well, it's 10 o'clock. And I'm going to take a ride. I go through there all the time, not through your neighborhood, but I just would like to see, you know, several of you have asked us to come visit, so I will. I'd like to see the traffic between 6 and 8. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I will
It's much appreciated.
I will take a look.
And maybe we can just work together in coming to a solution.
All right.
And I also would like to thank everyone who worked on getting us off the bypass route on Waze. That might be a good help. Thank you and good night.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So Charlie, is there anyone else online?
That is it.
All right, and we have no one left here at Town Hall.
John, do you want to talk?
John, you wanted to say something?
All right, so I would like to make a motion to close public portion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Do you guys need a minute?
No, let's just go.
Can we go
Let's
right
go.
through? That's what I was hoping for. All right. So to the resolutions. We are starting with 2023-909, authorizing change order for architectural engineering services for the Southampton Head Start Center expansion with Ronette Riley Architect.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 910 of 23, co-sponsored by Councilman Scavone, authorized supervisor to sign a contract with National Bank Card Services, Inc.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 911 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorized supervisor to sign a contract with Univeris Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 2023-912, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, to authorize the supervisor to sign a satisfaction of mortgage on a community development block grant loan.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 913 of 2023 to authorize the supervisor to sign a DPP with Toshiba America Business Solutions Incorporated for copy machines from Eastern Suffolk BOCES contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 914 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to sign 3 service orders with LightPath.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 915 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, authorize the supervisor to execute a contract amendment with Edward Wolfersdorf to assist with the review of backlog building permit plans in the Department of Land Management.
Much welcome.
I think
Second.
there's a mistake in the financial
No.
impact.
I didn't.
I'm
There's
sorry?
supposed to be
What's
another
that,
0
Cindy?
in the financial impact.
Oh. Yes.
What's the
Oh,
issue?
yeah, 35,000 instead of 3,500.
Yeah,
Right, and
that's
this
a
financial
Scrivener's
impact.
error, we'll fix
Yeah,
that.
Scrivener's.
Okay.
What, who's the second?
Me.
You are? Thank you.
Yeah, it should be 30, elsewhere it says not to exceed 35,000.
In the resolve, it's.
This
yeah.
is the zero, so we'll call that a Scrivener's error, and we won't have to amend it. We'll just fix it. Okay, so we had a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 916 of 23, authorize the supervisor to execute an extended contract with H2M Architects and Engineers for the Lobster Inn Park Capital Project Design.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 917 of 2023 authorize the supervisor to execute an intermunicipal agreement with the Village of West Hampton Beach related to historic landmark designation and preservation of the West Hampton Beach Performing Arts Center.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 918 of 23, authorize the supervisor to sign a First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with American Engineering and Land Surveying PC to survey additional lots for the Fire Island to Montauk Point project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 919 of 23, authorize the supervisor to sign a First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Nelson and Pope Engineering, Architecture, and Land Surveying to survey additional lots for the Fire Island Inlet to Montauk Point project.
Same second.
Same second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 920 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone. Authorize the supervisor to sign an amended agreement with Flanders Ambulance.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 921 of 2023, award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract for a 2023 Chevrolet Express 3,500 passenger van with North Shore Chevrolet.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 922 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara and Councilman Bouvier. Award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract for Alewife Creek Habitat Enhancement Project with Terry Contracting and Materials Incorporated.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
I approve. 923 of 23, recall and amend Town Board Resolution 2022, 2022-336, purchase of ammunition from New York State OGS contract with Eagle Point Gun, T.J. Morris and Son.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 924 of 23, accepts reimbursement for insurance recoveries and amends the 2023 capital budget for waste management equipment.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
I approve.
Didn't help us
925.
last weekend.
Yeah, that was the truck we lost
Didn't
in the
help us
fire.
last weekend.
No.
No.
925 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, amends the 2023 adopted budget for waste management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
I approve. 926 of 23, amends the 2023 budget for various departments.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
I approve.
Town Board Resolution 927 of 2023, co-sponsored with Supervisor Schneiderman, Councilman Scavone, Councilwoman McNamara, and Councilman Martell, meant to amend the 2023-2027 capital budget for body-worn camera project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
I approve. 928 of 2023 appoints Councilman Tommy John Scavone to the Suffolk County Gabretzky Community Advisory and Review Board.
Second.
Seconded.
Oh, I shouldn't.
No.
Yeah, let's-
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I approve.
Town Board, oop.
So good. Go ahead, John.
Town Board Resolution 929 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, is a resolution of adoption to amend Section 312-12 in order to implement stop sign pilot at David White's Lane at the intersection of North Sea Mecox Road, Watermill, New York.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
I approve.
Town Board Resolution 930 of 2023, co-sponsored by the entire board, is to authorize a grant application to New York State's Water Quality Improvement Program for wastewater treatment collection systems in Riverside.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved 931 of 2023, authorized the preparation of a map plan and report attendant to an improvement to the North Sea Beach Colony Beach Erosion Control District pursuant to Town Law 202B.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 932 of 2023, co-sponsored with the entire town board. 10 fee adjustment for the Hampton Classic 2023.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 933 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, waive the showmobile fee for the Eastport Fire Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 934 of 23, accepts resignation of Colleen Kidd, Animal Control Officer 1 in Public Safety.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 935 of 23, accepts resignation of Peter Rivas, Animal Control Officer 1 in Public Safety.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 936 of 23, accepts resignation of Evan Cortese, Maintenance Mechanic 1 in Municipal Works.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 937 of 23 appoints Martin Collatton to Town Investigator position in Public Safety.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 938 of 23 terminates a heavy equipment operator in Municipal Works.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 939 of 23 accepts resignation of Matthew Verity, sanitation helper in waste management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 940 of 2023 appoints Bernard Mulligan to Public Safety Dispatcher 3 position in Police Communications.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations. 941 of 23 appoints Teresa Mason to Principal Planner position in Land Management.
Second, and well-deserved.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations, Teresa. 942 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, appoints Seth Race to Building Plans Examiner position in Building Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 943 of 2023, ratifies stipulation of settlement.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 944 of 23, co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, is a notice of public hearing to accept a trail easement in connection with Vitawee Inc., West Hampton.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This hearing would be Tuesday, August 8th at 1 p.m.
1 p.m., yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 945 of 2023 is a notice of public hearing to accept open space in connection with the planned residential cluster plan and density incentive subdivision map of Zarabi Family Trust Site approved by the Southampton Town Planning Board on March 10th of 22.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This hearing would be Tuesday, August 22nd at 6 p.m. All in favor?
Aye.
Can we go back to the previous public hearing for August 8th? I don't believe we have enough days. So we just had a
14
special
days.
hearing to notice something for the
That's a
8th.
good point. All right, so this is on the 944. And we.
Oh,
it's not a
944.
Right, because we had that
continuation.
conversation where we would have to notice a Newsday and it wouldn't,
You can, how you publish it, right?
Might be the
How
You
many
have,
days?
it's 10 days for, yeah,
It
yeah.
might be for a
There's
longer-
enough days,
longer-
but it's the
longer
publishing is
question
the
for me.
issue.
I'm just asking because I knew it was an issue for the other one.
But that's because that was the moratorium, and that might have been a local law, might have needed 10.
And this needs 7?
Trail.
That's a Jim question.
Mhm.
It is.
I'm not exactly sure with this, what this is for, but, yeah, the motion is 10 days. So we're within the 10 days, but it's a matter of publication issue, you know.
Publication, it will be next Thursday.
Publication is next Thursday.
I don't know the answer either.
We can leave it, and if we don't
It's
have enough
not,
days, we
it's
just renotice it.
accepting a trail.
Yeah, really, it's kind of a very benign.
Well, it's just the public hearing, right? But, so,
Sunday, do you know what typically the minimum requirement for a trail easement is?
That's a legal question. I'm going to defer to the town attorney.
You've been
Wait,
around for a little
I
while.
have been
Jim, you
around, but
got-
I'm not going to practice
Sunday can tell you
law.
when
You
it
got
gets posted
3
and
minutes.
how long.
I know my
No, no, no.
limitations.
What's
I'm
next
leaving,
week?
leave it alone, leave it
Ten
alone.
days.
If we have to do a new hearing, we will.
I don't think it's gonna be a
10
Jim,
days
you
is
a
the
challenge
7th.
on
You got
this.
3
Just
minutes.
asking.
All right, Cindy.
Town Board Resolution 946 of 2023, accept deed of dedication on a parcel more particularly described as Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-63-4-34 in connection with an approved site disturbance plan for 378 Watermill Town Road in North Sea.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, approved. 947 of 23, co-sponsored with the rest of the board, authorize the acquisition of land of Joan B. Manikis located at 25 Whalers Drive, Sag Harbor, and amend CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property.
Second.
Seconded by
Neither.
Councilman Scavone. This is .4 acres of land, 25 Whalers Drive, in the hamlet of Sag Harbor, for
Jackie does
$400,000.
it?
All right, we held a hearing. We have motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 948 of 2023, authorize the acquisition of land of Lori Leonard, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-98-2-18.3, and amends the CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This is an $80,000 purchase of 1.1 acres, sort of above the North Sea complex there, the recreational complex. I mean, where SYS is, adjacent to property we already own. We own quite a bit of property up in this area. So we had a motion and a second. Call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Okay, we are at 949 of 23, co-sponsored by Councilwoman McNamara, accepts grant of conservation.
Table
We
it.
left this open.
We left these open.
49
accepts
and
grant of
950.
Conservation easement in connection with the Lewis Road PRD.
Table it.
The table
Table
for the
it.
next
We're
one.
gonna have to table it because we're waiting, right?
We have
John
2
is gonna
weeks,
review,
yeah.
it's 2 weeks it's open, so
Well,
I
I hope
withdraw
I'm
the
not
motion
alone.
to approve, I'll make a motion to table for 2 weeks.
Second.
You're not.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara, so the date would be August 8th?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
So tabling it to August 8th. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, so it's tabled.
Town Board Resolution ID 950 of 2023, accept deeds of dedication in connection with the Lewis Road PRD, co-sponsored by Supervisor Schneiderman, a motion to table until August 8th also.
Okay, so there's a motion to table by Councilwoman McNamara, I'll second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, to the add-on, walk-ons.
I'm sorry, the next meeting?
Yes,
please.
August 8th.
The next meeting, yeah. Okay, so we're on 43890. John, I think that may be you.
It may be.
Mhm.
Town Board Resolution ID 43890, authorize the purchase of construction equipment and dredging services with H&L Contracting LLC using Suffolk County contract. It's co-sponsored for the entire board, I believe.
I think.
It's me and Tommy
with-
Dunn.
without
and
you.
McNamara.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara.
Sorry about that.
It's okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 43899,
We
we
did mark
passed
it
on
up.
this one?
Yes.
We did not add that one, so 43900, accepts performance bond agreement in connection with subdivision map of Lewis Road PRD.
Second.
Can we do that?
Can we set the performance bond?
Think we can, but.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
Yeah, that's in connection with the subdivision map.
Right.
It's accepting a bond that they're gonna do certain work. Yeah, I think that one.
Road, it's road improvements.
That shouldn't be an issue, though, seconded by
Second.
Councilman Martell?
It doesn't, if something changes,
I
that
second it.
bond does not
Oh,
get
okay,
affected.
sorry, it was second was Councilman McNamara.
Yep.
Okay,
Right,
all
yeah.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. All right, 43901, this is our 14th warrant, Capital 14, CPF 14, payroll liability.
Second.
Second by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And lastly, 43904, authorize the supervisor to sign an extension and amendment to the lease agreement with American Towers LLC for the cell tower located at 507 Middle Line Highway.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Approved. All right, so that gets us to the end of our agenda. Is there any other business? Please say no. No, great. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.